ceremony. This is the EIT Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, we will begin very, very shortly. Good afternoon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this year's EIT Innovate Summit. I'm sure you're all ready for some great discussions, as well as, of course, those all-important awards later this evening. My name's Jennifer Baker. I am going to be your Master of Ceremony for today, hopefully keeping everything on time and encouraging everyone to take part, enjoy the margins, the breaks, as well as whet your appetite for those awards by explaining how a bit of the housekeeping works. Today we will have 3 panels. We will be talking about pan-European cooperation. We will be talking about deep tech and strategic autonomy. So I'm sure you are all looking forward to hear all about that. And of course, a big welcome to our audience that is joining online as well from further afield. But that's enough from me. I'm going to hand over now to give you a warm welcome, set out the scene for today, look to the past successes and the planning for the future. Please welcome to the stage the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel.
Thank you very much, dear Jennifer, dear honorable members of the European Parliament, dear representatives of the Czech presidency, dear members of the EIT Governing Board, dear rectors, entrepreneurs, innovators and students. Welcome to the first EIT Summit. Please let me start precisely by thanking the entire EIT community for organizing the Innovate 2022 weeks. My heartfelt thanks go to the chair, Mr. Tavernarakis, the director, Martin, dear Martin, and their team at the EIT. And I would like to say thank you to all the CEOs of all the KICs and their teams. Believe me, your commitment and vision are truly impressive. Over the last 4 weeks, we have seen the work of this rich community behind Europe's largest innovation ecosystem. We had events organized across Europe, from Stockholm to Athens, from Bilbao to Tallinn, culminating here at this summit in Brussels. And indeed, over the last 3 years, we have worked tirelessly to realize a vision for Europe, supporting all of you and all the dynamic participants in this ecosystem. We put forward the European education area and the European research area, setting the foundation for a solid European talent pipeline, from school to university to research institution, company or startup, so that our talent could find its way to where it is most needed. We followed that up with the European Strategy for Universities, supporting our higher education institutions in a fast-changing environment so they could deliver the best skills and knowledge, reinforcing our pipeline. And now we launched the new European Innovation Agenda, which builds on this momentum, takes advantage of this foundation, connecting education, research and innovation, and broadens the ties between these 3 communities, creating synergies and building bridges between education, research, and innovation was always a big priority for us. As we worked over the last 3 years, we needed all your support so Europe could get ahead of the next big innovation wave. Digitalization is a fact. It is no longer difficult to imagine a digital world. In fact, you need only to look around. And even as our work is not all done, as we need to make sure that our digital society is inclusive, we also know that the big players in the market are already very well established. This digital innovation wave is meeting the shore, slipping into all levels of society. We need the European innovation community to look to the horizon and serve the next big wave. And this is precisely where the EIT, the new European Innovation Agenda, and this amazing innovation ecosystem come in. The new European Innovation Agenda brings with it a fundamental step to delivering an innovation policy that reinforces European leadership in deep tech innovation by bringing together policies, investments, and instruments. We know deep tech is the next innovation wave, an innovation wave where technological risks is the biggest challenge facing us. And this innovation wave will be made or broken on the strength of innovation ecosystems. Many of the fields we need to invest in deep tech, will require marathons, not sprints. Hackathons of people working together, not labs working alone. We'll need talented people seeking solutions, nurtured by a rich and well-supported pan-European deep tech innovation ecosystem that believes in their ideas, their talent, and their perseverance. I believe that EIT community is a cornerstone for this pan-European ecosystem. And that is why, during the press conference this morning, I had the pleasure to present, together with the EIT team, the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, and to launch its call for pledges. I'm proud, really, again, to announce our ambitious goal to train 1 million European talents in deep tech domains by 2025. And I count on the mobilization of the entire innovation community in Europe and on the support of member states to join the call for pledges and to help us succeed. Talents is the blood of innovation, and we need to ensure that our European universities become engines of regional innovation, not only by providing talent for existing startups, but also by creating student startups and providing scientists to deep tech startups. And if anyone can bring together education and innovation, it is this EIT community right here. Look at the last 15 years. Your contribution to connect higher education, research, and business, facilitating access to talent, knowledge, and funding to a new generation of entrepreneurs has been invaluable. For years, you have supported higher education institutions becoming more entrepreneurial, more innovative, in particular with the EIT Higher Education Initiative. And the new European network of innovative universities will ensure to have role models for all the European universities move in this direction through the European Network of Innovative Universities, launched during our Education and Innovation Summit just 3 months ago. I also count on you collaborating closely with the European Innovation Council to pool resources in setting up a new innovation intern scheme, and this initiative will enable talented researchers and innovators to gain a first-hand experience of working in startups and companies supported by the EIT and the EIC. These efforts, of course, will be complemented by Erasmus+ traineeships abroad, an action of our European strategy for universities that will help more than 100,000 students experience the culture of innovation in entrepreneurial organizations, including startups, per year. In addition, we need to support our female entrepreneurs and investors. We must act boldly to accelerate the growth of women-led tech companies. And to know how this topic is close to my heart, I really count on you definitely to make a difference. Of course, I count on the EIT Women Entrepreneurship and Leadership Scheme because it's designed exactly to deliver on this important objective, and it will do so through an enhanced Women Tech EU call, which will feed into other European and national acceleration programs. At the same time, the EIC's Women Leadership Program will become open to women-led deep tech startups from the EIT. We need more examples. We need really more synergies. And I count on every one of you to transform this wish into actions, into common initiatives, into tangible results. Now, before I get to the conclusion, I'd like to share some observations I made during my mission to Silicon Valley last week. As far as I can tell, Europe is one step ahead of Silicon Valley on the fourth wave of innovation. While the United States has a robust digital innovation ecosystem with investors, accelerators, and founders, the new European innovation agenda will serve as a guide for making Europe a world leader in deep tech innovation ecosystems. New innovation ecosystems that incorporate industry, universities, and regulators from the beginning. The digital innovation wave has indeed reached its peak, and the fourth wave of innovation will combine physical, biological, and digital elements to address society's greatest challenges. To deal with the energy and food security crisis, we need deep tech innovations in industries such as energy, construction, agriculture, transportation, food. We also need to involve industry and regulators early on in the design process for these innovative products. It is not sufficient, like in the digital innovation wave, to have industry and regulators at the end of the innovation process. We must ensure that industry, universities, and regulators are involved in the innovation process from the outset. These are our greatest strengths. On one hand, we have industry leaders in each of these sectors. On the other hand, the new European innovation agenda will ensure that public authorities are an integral component of the deep tech innovation ecosystem. The innovation agenda will facilitate the creation of hundreds of these deep tech innovation valleys with investors, accelerators, and founders, but also with industry and regulators. And these new deep tech innovation ecosystems will entice many founders from around the world to establish their new deep tech startups in Europe. And I rely on the EIT community to provide them with the necessary support. Maybe that sounds a little bit strange, just what I said. But believe me, if you would like not always to receive the same question, European Union is a regulator and not an innovator, we need to address this issue. And with the fourth wave of innovation, we have an extraordinary opportunity by involving all the actors of this innovation ecosystem in the process, co-creating, co-implementing together, to say that business innovation and social innovation can go hand in hand. Because deep tech, it's about societal challenges. It's about challenges and solutions that will facilitate our daily life. So, dear friends, as you see, we have a lot of work ahead of us. But the new European Innovation Agenda provides us the framework to support us in meeting these ambitious goals. And the EIT community is ready to succeed. Europe counts on your commitment, ideas, and experience to implement the innovation agenda. Most of all, I count on your ability to work together. And I invite all KICS partners to join the coalition of the willing for the implementation of the 25 actions of the new European Innovation Agenda. We'll organize regular meetings with this informal alliance of like-minded organizations to take stock of the implementation of the new European innovation agenda. And I see every single action, project, initiative of the EIT as driver to affirm that innovation made in Europe is possible, something more. Europe can be the leader. So, as Thomas Carlyle once put it, the lightning spark of thought generated in the solitary mind awakens its likeness in another mind. I look forward to hearing the thunder of a true lightning storm as your discussions inspire us to meet the future. I wish you now a great summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Indeed, the challenge set out by this morning's announcement to train 1 million talented Europeans is a big one. But who better than EIT with its network of partners, 3,400, to do it? So please, join me on stage for a big warm welcome, the EIT Governing Chair, Nektarios Tavernakis.
Thank you, Jennifer. That was a great pronunciation of my name, quite difficult. So, thank you, Commissioner Gabriel, for that wonderful welcome. It is most inspiring to hear your vision for a strong and resilient innovation ecosystem in Europe and your appreciation of EIT's work towards growing innovation. We really value your leadership. And hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here today with us. Allow me to also welcome you from my side and introduce you to the EIT Summit. I'm so glad that you are here to share the first ever EIT Summit taking place here in Brussels. As the chair of the EIT Governing Board, allow me to say that I am particularly happy to see so many of you here today with us. Our event today is the culmination of the EIT Innovate Week event series that have been brought together the brightest innovators and most promising entrepreneurs across 10 locations throughout Europe. During those events that thousands attended in person and online, we discussed topics from taking forward the new European Bauhaus initiative, to closing the innovation gap across Europe, to promoting women in entrepreneurship, right through to building resilience in healthcare systems, and so much more. But today, we are here to allow you to discover Europe's largest innovation ecosystem, the EIT. Together, we will hear and learn about from our esteemed speakers, whom I want to wholeheartedly thank for their presence, what opportunities, but also challenges, lay ahead for Europe's innovation, and above all, Europe's innovators. Allow me to touch upon a few of the topics that will be discussed here today. Firstly, what else but innovation ecosystems? They are truly the very DNA of the EIT, and I'm proud to say that in the past few years, the EIT has built the largest innovation ecosystem in Europe. We unite businesses, research, and education in knowledge and innovation communities, our EIT KICs, whose representatives you can meet today at our Agora. Via our KICs, we address the most daunting challenges Europe and the world are facing. We put the innovators, the individuals, at the center of our work and mobilize our ecosystem to provide them not just with funds, but also with the exact support they need to be successful. We have literally and practically connected thousands of partners, students, and innovators, with our network today being made up of more than 3,400 partners across 70 innovation hubs in Europe and beyond. It is absolutely not an overstatement to say that we are the only innovation body with a concrete, on-the-ground presence in every single EU member state. I'm sure we all agree that large ecosystems are critical to address the very complex challenges that we are facing today. And for those to be tackled, we need a high degree of cooperation between the specialists all over Europe. When I look at the European innovation landscape, I'm happy to see that over the last few years, the EIT has forged synergies with other EU programs and instruments. We have established close and well-integrated cooperation with the European Innovation Council, was mentioned already by the Commissioner, and other framework program instruments. And together with our colleagues, we strive to help foster and grow innovation in Europe. And while the EIT and the EIC share some common goals, at the same time, we follow different but very much complementary approaches. This is a true strength for Europe's innovation landscape. We are pooling our capabilities together to better support innovators. And we are delighted that the role of the EIT has been recognized by the Commission's new European Innovation Agenda. But besides innovation ecosystems that will be so central to our discussions today, we also look into talent as a key priority for our new strategy. As the Commissioner outlined a few moments ago, the European Innovation Agenda aims at leveraging the many talents and skills Europe already possesses, but at the same time also harness a new wave of innovation. I'm talking about deep tech. The rapid transformation of industry and life has automatically brought the need for new skills for people. It is almost impossible today to be successful in our jobs and businesses without up-to-date digital skills. And for the future, this will be simply unthinkable. The EIT community has been addressing this challenge for more than a decade now by equipping young people with the right skills and setting them up for success. And this is why we feel that our work is more relevant than ever. However, despite the great demand for digital specialists, the matter of the fact is that Europe is facing a critical shortage of those much-needed profiles. And we are therefore responding to this demand with our Deep Tech Talents flagship initiative. This initiative will enable us to develop a strong European deep tech talent pool that will provide at least 1 million deep tech talent skills within the next 3 years. And this morning, actually, I had the honor to launch the initiative together with the Commissioner. I truly look forward for all of you to hear about it later on in one of our high-level panels. But of course, today we will also discuss how to make the green and digital transition a success and to ensure that Europe achieves sustainable energy autonomy. Europe has set its eyes to a green transition for quite some time now, but this has been recently greatly exacerbated by the war in Ukraine. The high energy prices we're all faced with are a key driver of inflation and without any doubt disastrous for Europe's competitiveness too. The price of natural gas, as you all know, has had a ripple effect on the prices of electricity as well, since many power plants in Europe are still fueled by natural gas. It is clear that Europe's industry simply cannot complete its goal and reach its global peers under these circumstances. In order to cope with the current challenge and stay competitive, it becomes urgent for us Europeans to gain independence from fossil fuels. And it will also be once more up to our innovators to find ways to achieve our strategic autonomy. But today, we will not only discuss and reflect. We are here to also celebrate together the 2022 EIT Awards that put a spotlight on the most groundbreaking ventures, pioneering graduates, and women leaders from the EIT community. Our 12 finalists will compete in 4 different categories: the Change Award, the Innovators Award, the Venture Award, and the Women Leadership Award. And all of you will have the chance to choose who will be the winner of our final public award. I have no doubt that our finalists will inspire you and give you new perspectives on the limitless opportunities and paths innovation can lead us. Commissioner, before I close my short introduction, I want to echo what you said about EIT's key role in delivering your ambition under the new European Innovation Agenda. And I want to ensure you that we will continue creating an inclusive innovation landscape which offers support to female-led ventures and the most pioneering entrepreneurs. We will continue to develop and strengthen innovation ecosystems in those areas of our continent where innovation performance is not yet at the level we strive for. And we stand ready to lead the program on deep tech talents whose pledge we launched together earlier this morning. If we look at history, innovation did not always happen automatically, and certainly has not always been the result of mere incentives. Innovation thrived when the right environment was created, allowing the most brilliant minds to come together and connect. This is the very notion of togetherness, of bringing people together, that has driven and continues to drive forward not only innovation, but our whole continent. We are the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Allow you to give me the etymology of the word technology, technologia in Greek. As you can see, I could not resist making a reference to my Greek heritage. It consists of the word techni, which means art and craft, and the word logos, which means study or idea. Let us then today use this art to hear, learn, and debate the future of ideas and of innovation in Europe. These days, more than ever, we appreciate the importance and the value of being together in person, in the same room, to share ideas and have meaningful and stimulating discussions. So make most of the day by getting involved and don't miss the chance to be inspired. Today, make connections, meet new people, discuss and debate ideas, be part of our ecosystem and help it grow. Once more, a warm welcome. Thank you all for joining us and enjoy the EIT Summit.
Thank you very much. Now, before we get on to those panels which we have discussed with you, let's have a little quick bit of housekeeping. I'm sure many of you will want to see the Wi-Fi code. I think we'll try and get it up there on screen for you in just a moment, because if you look around today, we are attempting to go pretty much as paperless as possible in the interest of the environment. There you go, EIT Summit, and the password is EIT Summit. Remember to keep your phones with you, because we have, of course, as well got the conference app. You can use that to network and set up meetings with colleagues. Again, share your thoughts on social media. It's 2022. It wouldn't be an event without a hashtag, so the hashtag is Innoveit. Also, you can check out over in the Agora various booths during the break, and on the riverside there's tables set up. You can have speed datings or icebreakers or quick meetings, whatever you like. Now, Nectarios has already explained a bit about the awards. I am going to tell you how you can vote for that public award, because the voting for that is still open. If you're joining us online, simply go to www.eitawards.eu and follow the voting instructions. Once you've voted, you will receive a verification email. You have to click on that email for your vote to count. So don't make a vote and then not have it count. Please check your spam folder or your junk folder. Make sure you click and verify that verification email. Those of you in the room, you've got tags. On your tags, you will find a QR code. You can simply scan that. I can see you all looking. Scan that and follow the instructions. The voting is open until 4 o'clock this afternoon, so don't miss the deadline. It's been open since the 29th of September, so there's votes already in, but it's still very neck and neck. So if everyone in this room votes, it could still make the difference to who wins that Public Choice Award. As I said, we've got a series of panels today. We've got European cooperation, deep tech, strategic autonomy as well. But today is the culmination of a wider program. So let's have a quick look at a video to see what's been going on over recent days and weeks. Well, I hope that's whetted your appetite. It has me dancing every time I hear it. But we're going to move on to a slightly more serious topic. I'm going to call to the stage for our first panel. Our moderator of that panel is Nora Caldy, EIT Governing Board member.
Hi, everyone. Really nice to be here and really, really excited to moderate this panel. I'm really looking forward to talking to the guys and women. And I'll start off already by introducing some of the panelists. So I'll introduce Antoaneta here, Angelova, Director for Innovation, Digital Education and International Cooperation from the European Commission. Welcome. Thank you. Second, I'll introduce Christian Oehler, Member of the European Parliament. Please, thank you. Then Antoine Hubert, CEO and co-founder of the company called Insect. Welcome. It's at the end. And then Minister Radka Vildova, Minister for Higher Education, Science and Research from the Czech Republic. Welcome. So I think we're all here today for only one reason, and one reason only, is that we believe that innovation is key to Europe's success. And frankly, it's literally the only way to stand out. We believe that we all are here to secure EU strategic autonomy and really push innovation to the next level. And really, part of the panel discussion is going to be about where we are and where we stand today and where we're moving forward to. And also talking a little bit about the agenda, the new European Innovation Agenda communication that was actually communicated earlier a little bit by Commissioner Gabriel that touched base on that. And really, this is to set Europe as a world leader in deep tech innovation. And this is very, very important. A lot of the companies here, like myself and Antoine, are really in the deep tech area, and it's very, very important to maintain those companies in Europe and to grow them. And then really it's also about understanding, okay, so this agenda, what is it about? It's really about, you know, improving access to finance, which is superbly important. So some of the areas are important here that I will mention. But also, I think Commissioner Gabriel also mentioned this area of experimenting new ideas early on. So creating the regulatory sandboxes to allow innovations to experiment really early on, as opposed to leaving it to the end and realizing that actually the product does not fit or does not have any market fit. So doing that experimentation really early on and creating those sandboxes. Also creating regional innovation valleys to help connect innovators. And that's, I think, superbly important as well, because any company or any innovation starting needs to actually connect to the wider ecosystem. And then other very important aspects, which is attracting and retaining talent. And that actually, for any innovation and any company, talent is probably #1 on the agenda. And then from an EIT perspective, this panel will also touch on how EIT is really supporting this. And EIT is really well positioned to support this in multiple different ways. And I think a lot of it has been communicated today, from leading and training up to 1 million deep tech talent over the next 3 years, from 2023 to 2025. That is massive and superbly needed in this deep tech area. But also using its regional innovation schemes and hubs. There's one hub here that I visited in Brussels, and there's quite a few hubs around. And these are very, very important from a creation of an innovation ecosystem and really linking innovation to the industry. And that's, again, very, very important. And this can be rolled out and scaled to the next level to implement this whole new innovation agenda. And then also continuing, obviously, a more inclusive innovation landscape by offering support to female-led companies as well. So without further ado, I'm just going to pass it now to the panel to really dig into these topics, and I'll start off with Antoaneta. So, dear Antoaneta, so Earlier this summer, Commissioner Gabrielle announced the new European Innovation Agenda communication, and I just want to have your input in terms of why is this needed, what is the exact vision here, and how does it differ from, let's say, Horizon Europe? And then where do you see the role of EIT vis-à-vis other EU programs as well? So please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, I'm delighted to participate at the EIT Summit. Commissioner Gabriel actually set the scene very, very nicely and very, very clearly, explaining the vision and the ambition behind the European Innovation Agenda. And this actually facilitates my work a lot, because a lot has been already said about the ambition and the priority areas and actions. Let me just very briefly touch upon some issues which are indeed very important in that regard. Once again, to repeat that through this strategy, through this innovation agenda, we are now having the ambition to position Europe on the global stage and leading really the deep tech innovation. We are putting in place a comprehensive innovation policy for Europe. It is important to underline that this will strengthen the technological leadership Europe already has. During the preparation of this innovation agenda, under the leadership of Commissioner Gabriel, a lot of consultations were held with stakeholders, actually to listen to them, because a lot of innovation instruments are already in place. A lot has been done over the years. We see new priorities, new challenges we have to adapt. And during this stakeholder consultations, actually, the 5 priority areas to which you referred were identified, and this was further discussed, which would be the best possible actions to address these challenges and the priority areas. You already said we see the challenges with regard to innovation ecosystems at regional level. A lot has been done. And yes, we are celebrating here the EIT success really as the biggest pan-European ecosystem. Nonetheless, there is still work to do. We are talking about still regulation. What are the enabling factors that are needed to enable actually innovation in deep tech areas? And you referred to the regulatory sandboxes, StatBets. So this is an area where there are very concrete examples where we can build on, like in the field of hydrogen. We were already talking about the talent, the need for talent development and retainment, also attraction from outside Europe. And there is a lot that has been done and a lot still that could be done through various actions. The deep tech, the new deep tech talent initiative is indeed flagship action, and it will be in the focus for the years to come. As already Commissioner Gabriel announced and also called for stakeholders' joint efforts, I can only echo this, and certainly on our side we'll support very much the EIT in this endeavor. We see it as a common endeavor of the EIT, of the KICS, and various other stakeholders. It's very ambitious. From that perspective, allow me also to mention the action on the Innovation Intern Scheme. Why I'm saying and particularly mentioning this one, because it's further strengthening the cooperation that has been built over the past years between the EIT and the EIC. And this is extremely important. And then what is important is the practical experience, the hands-on experience it will offer to researchers, students, and graduates from EIT programs. The Regional Innovation Scheme was already mentioned. We do believe that the EIT can contribute immensely there with further presence and really very active action on the ground. It's extremely important what the EIT and the KICS are doing. They're bringing actually excellence to the local level. And we are very happy to see that now it has become, I say, a bit trendy, a whole something approach, whole government, whole ecosystem, whole institutional, but the EIT has been practicing it over the years. To conclude with two probably sentences or 2 points, it might be not in sentences. The first one, once again, to highlight synergies and complementarities. So this new innovation agenda is not in a vacuum, it's not in isolation. Commissioner Gabriel very clearly referred to existing policy frameworks, and this is the European education area, the research area, but also the strategy for universities. Let me also mention the Digital Education Action Plan, again under the leadership of Commissioner Gabriel, because digital skills were very clearly referred to as crucial to actually deliver on the deep tech talent ambition and the deep tech initiative. So all this needs to go together, synergies and complementarities. It is nothing new. We are seeing it, we are working it, we are doing it, but nothing, I mean, we can do even more. So these are the expectations on that side. And of course, we are there to continue supporting the EIT community, looking very much forward to that. One final point on the Horizon Europe, because you asked through the innovation agenda and through the various policy frameworks, we are setting actually the policy framework. We have Horizon Europe, but we also have Erasmus program, Interreg and other programs which are there as tools to deliver on these policy priorities. And I stop here. Thank you.
Thanks a million. Thanks, Antoinetta. Thank you. Minister, I think it was the late Czech President Václav Havel who coined the phrase Europe as a task. The Czech presidency of the Council of the European Union has taken that phrase as its motto and added rethink, rebuild and repower. From the point of view of the Czech presidency, how does innovation and making sure it has impact fit into the ideas of rethinking, rebuilding and repowering?
Well, thank you for this question, and thank you for inviting me to this meeting, to this panel discussion. And first of all, I would like to say a lot of greetings from Prague and from the Czech Republic, which is the head of the Czech presidency to the European board or European Union at this moment. So a lot of very big greetings from my country. Well, the question about the Václav Havel and his ideas, I can say that his ideas are still in this life very alive. I believe that the European cooperation in general is something that we need to continuously care about. The events of the past years, like the COVID-19 pandemic situation, and also now the wars at Ukraine, show us that the life we are living at this moment has absolutely changed. And the EU has to react on it and adapt to the new reality in the best possible way. Innovation provides not only one of the key contributions to the European competitiveness, but can be also seen as a mindset. And if I say a mindset that enables us to adapt on changing realities, to search for new breakthrough solutions, or to contribute to solving the existing global challenges. And now about the words of Václav Havel, so I'm going to answer directly. So in this regards, impactful innovation fits very well to the motto of our presidency as one of the driving forces of European competitiveness. It also clearly contributes to rebuilding our economy. This is one word of our motto, rebuilding of our economy. After the COVID-19 pandemic situation, and can also help in rebuilding, again in other words, Ukraine after the devastating war. And finally, we need innovation to repower for industries and to connect them with up-to-date scientific knowledge in order to prepare them on the existing and future challenges, so the EU remains in the position of a global leader. I am very pleased to say that the Czech presidency has innovation as one of our presidential priorities and can contribute together with the European Commission's new European Innovation Agenda to creating an excellent and inclusive European innovation ecosystem.
Thank you. Dr. Erler, it would be no exaggeration to say that you are one of the driving forces of research and innovation at EU level. We have seen a number of initiatives over the past while launched by the EU Commission, and I'm not just referring to the latest European Innovation Agenda. So, you know, we've gone through this pandemic for a couple of years now, and all the challenges that were met with that. Did you feel that these challenges posed some issues from an innovation perspective? Did you manage to still provide the conditions for the continued, at least, thriving of these different innovations in Europe? Maybe tell us a little bit about that. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you for having me, and thank you for your participation. As you expect from politicians, are usually suspicious. I won't immediately ask your question. I just would like to highlight for a moment that had been a great week of talks, and I think it inspired a lot, and we saw a lot how the EIT is really working now after years it had been founded. And I would like to salute the staff from the EIT, permanently understaffed, if I may say so, with rightly the EIT claiming for more appropriate staff in terms of that we now have a full flex of kicks and even a new big kick and a lot of ambitions from the European institutions towards the EIT. And I would like to ask you for a big applause for the staff organizing that, and I would like to look to the Commission and the Council for advocating that in this year's budget negotiation we consider to have more staff, that this is not to the utmost of the abilities of the staff, that this is something very positive we have seen over the week, and I would like to give a big applause to the EIT staff. So, having said that, I mean, if you look in these days, where should growth come from? What is the positive agenda of Europe? What is the positive agenda to tell people going into a winter of problems, challenges, fearing about their energy bill, seeing the effects on energy prices? On the European economy, being in a risky state of ambitious regulations towards 2030 and the climate, the adoption to the climate change we have to make. But what is the positive story? And the positive story is, if you look to the European economy, more than 1/3 of the European economy is based on innovation in these days, and it's even growing. If you see the sector which is growing in the European economy, then it's the sectors based on innovation. And what we see is that we are in developed markets, the capital intensivity of the market is not so crucial. What is really crucial is innovation. That is what is the perspective in these difficult times. So what I want to say is, I think in much more principled terms, just instead of having long list what the European Union and member states are doing in terms of innovation programs and so on, so I think we have to reestablish the idea that is, if there is a perspective in these days we can tell people, is that this is an innovative continent and it is its perspective. So by innovation, we can handle climate change. By innovation, we have a growth agenda for this continent. By innovation, we have a perspective for a younger generation. By innovation, Europe has a counterpiece of its identity, because it's not a continent looking back as it's sometimes perceived. It is a continent which files the most patents globally still, not the United States and not China. So I think what is important, and we go into details, and the Commission had been referring to a lot of instruments, I think that is understood for the first time. We have a dramatic raise of the European budget. We had a dramatic shift, not loved by all. I mean, there is an open discussion about basic research and advanced research and innovative schemes. But I mean, the existence of the EIT, which had been the testing bed for a lot of programs the Commission had been developing later on, shows the importance of the EIT, but I think a better understanding how important innovation is. And if you look to the regulatory framework, if we are honest, I mean, if you really have spare time, read impact assessments of the Commission on regulatory affairs. I mean, on some, what we are imposing on the European economy, on European citizens, in terms of CO2 reductions, climate ambitions, new energy technologies, I mean, there is one name, and it's hope. And what do we hope for? That regulation works? No. In all the impact assessments, we hope that innovations will bring us the solutions that we can deliver on the regulation, because a lot of this regulation we're imposing, rightly, is based on the hope that we are going to develop in the next few years, literally, the technology and the innovation, also societal innovation, needed in order to fulfill on that ambition. Without innovation, Europe's ambition towards 2030 are going to fail. And what is left in terms of hope that we are going to deliver is not regulation and whether it will work. The hope which is left, and the hope I have, is actually that by innovation we are going to fulfill the 2030 goals. We still have something like a Green Deal, which is not just green, also a deal, and we can deliver on the digital agenda, which is a main pillar to contribute to the 2030 goals. And I think we have to re-establish that. I mean, the most important thing on practically all European policies is what we are going to do on innovation. And the EIT is a main pillar of the innovation strategy of the European Union.
Thank you. Thanks. So, dear Monsieur Hubert, you are the CEO of Insect, now a pioneering, groundbreaking unicorn in the sustainability arena. You've just heard from Dr. Erler about what's needed to ensure an innovators can thrive actually within this context. So I'd like to know more about when you first started Insect. What did you need the most to achieve your goals of today? And also, we know that EIT, for example, supported you at the very beginnings. I'd also want to know, take it further to what needs not only to make the first steps, but to actually stay in Europe. So maybe a little bit about that as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Nora. Hello, everyone, and thanks, EIT, for the invite. Very happy to be there and share some of our experience. Insect is 10 years old now, so we have been growing in France, in Europe, now also in Netherlands, with this idea that insect product will be part of the new sustainable food chains. And since then, we could prove, us and our other colleagues from Europe, that it's happening. And I think, as you just said, Doctor, a few minutes ago about regulation, one of the first issues and bottleneck when you grow is regulation. This is actually what entrepreneurs think. But if you look deeper, you see that regulation can catalyze really your development. When we started, we could sell our product only in pet food, which is a great market. since then, we are able now to sell the products in plant fertilizers, in fish feed, poultry and pig feed, in human food. So, and this has been done because the European Commission moved and opened all the markets. And we took our part as entrepreneurs. We built an association called the International Platform of Insects for Food and Feed, and we work with DG Santé to provide a lot of data to show the seriousness of the sector, how we could protect food safety of consumers, and why we are part of this innovation that can tackle some of the sustainability and climate topics. So regulation can really catalyze this, and I always encourage young entrepreneurs to work on this topic, especially on deep tech, because often markets are closed or are not thought, or nobody thought about that. Nobody thought in the past insect could be a part of our food. We just thought about insects as bees, as silkworms, but never about the core of our plates. So entrepreneurs could work, and EIT could be a community helping also these young entrepreneurs to think and connect with the stakeholders in Brussels, they are always really open to discuss and see what could be done, and the Commission, the Parliament, and which is really, really positive. And then you have the largest market fully open for your product, which is unique. Europe is leading the way in the world in our specific niche of insect products for feed, plants, and human food. So this is a first thing we could see that has helped us to stay in Europe, because at some point we were in 2016 wondering if our first large vertical farm would be in Europe, because all the markets were closed at that time. And fortunately, it changed, and we could, and we are now starting up the largest vertical farm of insects north of France, thanks to a lot of support, private but also public, including Europe, because we got some support from the BBI, the Bio-Based Industry Innovation Program. So the other limits and to grow your innovation is, of course, human capital and finance capital. And Insect is a deep tech company. We are in what we call industrial startups. And we know it's critical if we want to reach all the great sustainability agendas. It's not only with digital technology that we will succeed. We need new factories. We need new ways to produce food, to produce energy, to produce materials, and that means new infrastructures. And for this, you need a lot of capital, a lot of capital, maybe to deploy in the next 10 or 20 years what we have deployed in more than 100 years of this infrastructure. And it's very costly, and the issue is there is still, even today, not enough investors, private venture capital that are really have a mandate on industrial startups and financing the growth from just an idea, a lab, a prototype, a demo plant to a large facility that could cost hundreds of millions of capital. So we need way more of this kind of private investors that could be supported by Europe, by member states. We need people with talents coming from corporates into these funds that are able to assess the dossiers and help the startup to grow. And it's still something that we see not enough if we want to fulfill indeed all the agenda. The public forces are putting a lot of support and grants and so on, but you need the private sector there, and corporate. Large industries need to take their part, which is not yet fully the case. And finally, as I said, human capital. Also in deep tech manufacturing startups, it's difficult, it's almost impossible to find people with experience in big manufacturing, in very disruptive innovations, and having the knowledge of hypergrowth. This almost doesn't exist in Europe. You have very few examples like the well-known Americans, Tesla, SpaceX, or Moderna. And this is something also to think and to see how a community like EIT could also help entrepreneurs to be mentored, supported, and connected to people that will see that and help you to hire this kind of talents and help the entrepreneurs not having too much egos, but find the talents better than themselves to help their startups to grow to the next level. So a lot of positive foundations are there to follow these very big ambitions and very big hope, as you said. I'm highly optimistic as an entrepreneur. There's still a lot of work to do on financing and human, also capital, and also on the relationship with large corporates to fulfill this ambitious agenda.
Thanks, Antoine. Really interesting, actually. But deep tech does come with a cost. They are usually very expensive industries and technologies to take up to commercialization. So I know time is running. I'm actually already in the red. So we have a second round of questions, and I hope just kind of short answers would be really, really good. So I'll start with you again, Antoinetta. Please tell us what you feel the EIT has done well so far as the representative of the leading Directorate General. What would you like to see done more or differently in the future?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Indeed, I mean, the achievements of, and this is what we are celebrating today, the achievements of the EIT and the EIT community is prominent. We are all recognizing it. We are very happy to see it. I think that there are probably 3 points I would like to make. First of all, the recognition of the EIT came also with the new Horizon Europe program, with the new programming period, because it has a further strengthened mandate. And this relates to the expectations with the increased also activities and the increased ambition with the EIT. So it is indeed very important that the EIT together with the KICS deliver on these expectations. And we are very happy to see that they work towards 2 levels, the individual level already underlined, individual students, innovators, entrepreneurs, but also at systemic level, institutional level. And it was already mentioned some activities like the HEI Innovate, where the support to education goes at institutional level by actually supporting cooperation between universities, so linking them to startups, developing together also curricula, developing programs for teaching entrepreneurial skills. So these are very concrete examples. We are also very happy to see individual KICS really delivering on policy priorities in specific areas, and this is in the area of batteries, for example, raw materials as well. What is also very important is the links and cooperation they establish at different levels between or with the Commission services, but also with other parts of Horizon Europe program, and this is extremely important. I already mentioned the cooperation established with the EIC, but I would like to mention also cooperation and guide for use, for example, of the opportunities offered by MSCA. So these are strengths, these are very concrete examples on which the EIT and the EIT community and the KICS can build on. I think having Mr. Huber with us is also a very clear example and demonstration of all the achievements and concrete support they are giving. Looking into the future, I already mentioned the strengthened mandate of the EIT, but also some of the expectations and ambitions which count, for example, for the openness in the activities of the EIT and the KICS, involving more partners. It was mentioned, it's in all member states, but of course going beyond is always very important to make sure that this excellence, this innovation is spread around Europe and reaches each and every part of it. This is one thing I would like to mention, and another is the challenge related with financial sustainability, a very distinctive feature of the EIT and the KICS. We'll see in a couple of years the first wave of KICS, which will exit from the funding of the EIT. This will be a very important moment, as we'll have the full cycle, which will give a lot of food for thought, looking forward to having them in the EIT community in the future, but this is a challenge. So this is something we are looking forward to the implementation. Once again, I would like to underline importance, synergies and complementarities, and to render our support and thank very much to the EIT and EIT community for all the great work they are doing, the examples they are setting, they're on the right path.
Great, thank you, thanks. Minister, your presidency supports the Commission's communication on innovation, which is all about supporting business growth and better connecting European innovation ecosystems. So it would be really interesting to hear from you, where does the presidency stand on the value of fully fledged innovation ecosystems and how they should be connected? If I could just add a quick comment from the EIT perspective, we see this as vital. Thus, via our RIS, or Regional Innovation Schemes, we do our utmost to contribute to the innovation performance and target different countries and regions.
Okay, so first of all, the EIT has a unique setup. By definition, connects research and innovation stakeholders from industry, research, university, education. We have heard many during this panel discussion and during the presentation and the speech of Maria Gabriel and the head of the conference about the talents which are needed for this innovation process. So what we can say that it is important to find the connection and to use this setup for as the extraordinary possibility to foster intersectoral cooperation about all interested stakeholders from different areas, and as such enables to bring innovative solution from the lab to the market as a transfer of research into real life, and to the large area of different kind of sectors and scientific discipline. We believe that connecting innovation ecosystem throughout Europe is essential for advancing the European research area. And unfortunately, the divide in performance in innovation is still existing between EU member states and regions, which hampers the European competitiveness as such. We see the EIT Regional Innovation Scheme as a vital tool in tackling this. However, more work still needs to be done in this regard on national and also at European level. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Dr. Erler, I know that among other things you're co-chair of the Interparliamentary Group, Creative Industries in Europe. And I know how hard it has been on that creative sector in terms of the pandemic. And we all know that innovation is going to be key here as well. So EIT is very supportive of this through its kick in the culture and creativity. So I'd like to know if you could give us your take on how the sector can actually be instrumental in providing solutions to challenges faced on a multitude of other fields, such as, for instance, health, climate change, energy, and so on.
We had over the years a long discussion about what is needed now in terms of disruptive innovation. We had been looking to the United States very often, but what we saw there was not so much disruptive innovation, it was disruptive business models based on algorithms. So Europe is much more about deep tech, and what we need right now for the challenges ahead are almost I couldn't find a word for that. We have to invent the word from new. So what creative industry can contribute is simply what makes things disruptive. Is it technology and innovation, or is it contextualization? And I think what the creative industry and the creative process by design, by a lot of other aspects of that, can add to the needed disruptive innovation process, it can deliver, it can co-develop that kind of societal connotation, which is desperately needed. I give you an example. When European researchers called for the first time, it was a product on the market, a control system for the airport naked scanner, the thing was dead. The Middle East didn't want to buy naked scanner. So you have to understand, if you want to innovate and you don't get the move towards a positive contextualization of that innovation or technologies in our society, it is not going to fly. Neither it will be disruptive per se. So I think that the creative industry and the creative process embedded in the design of, in the process of innovation, makes things disruptive in many ways. The other way around, what is a high hope, and we shouldn't underestimate that, we might be, at least me as part of the auditorium, I might be a little bit too old to that, but we should understand that the creative sector is the driving sector of innovation in Europe. I mean, there is more IT power related to the gaming industry than to the defense industry. The server capacity of the European gaming industry is bigger than all military servers, all public servers all together in Europe. So what we see in parts of the creative industry is one of the main innovation drivers in the European context. So we shouldn't underestimate that the creative industry is not this kind of flourishing up technical innovation. This is the sector where most and none of the sector there had been so much money invested than in the creative industry. Look to streaming platforms, look to new forms of storytelling we have been experiencing. Look to the gaming industry, look to the very fact that, for example, a conventional company like LMVH, you would know from the ridiculously expensive handbags of your wife, is now developing a product no longer as a product. They're developing a digital twin, then they develop a digital product for games. And from these two basic digital developments, they develop the real product. So you see that in the creative industry, digitalization is one of the key drivers. There is a lot of investment in visualization technologies, which comes from the creative industry. I mean, if you look to the military looks more to the gaming shows and the gaming industry than it's the opposite. The idea we have how visualization strategies are used for command and control centers doesn't come from the military, it comes from the gaming industry right now. So the gaming industry is one of the most innovative sectors in the European economy. And that potential merger of innovation, of education, to have a knowledge as an engineer, what is the creative potential next to your innovative or technology or engineering abilities, that is a merger which could be crucial for what we all need. We need disruptive technologies, we need disruptive innovation, and I think that is the new kid on the block, and we believe it's one of the most important, and that we give that kit, or this kit is taken up by the EIC in terms of a new kick, is groundbreaking. Look all over Europe. What is the talk of the town in Paris, in Berlin, in the innovative cities? There is a new kick on the creative industry. And I think per se that we announced that we're going to do, that we have understood finally, is a message which had been positively taken up anyway, but will be a key driver for innovation in Europe in the next coming years.
Thank you. Thanks, Ella. Thank you. So the last question goes again to Mr. Hubert. So we know that Insect has been superbly successful, and maybe tell us a little bit about whether you think an ecosystem is still needed when you reach that unicorn phase, and if so, maybe what exactly is it needed for, and yeah.
So maybe as we are behind schedule, I would say in 1 minute, I think, on innovation for the path of the companies first, on funding, finding the exit, how a company like us and me, other scale-up, will find a way to go forward. One is the public market. How can we enhance the possibility for startup and scale-up to stay in Europe and doesn't go and go public listing in the US, because valuation is still way more attractive for shareholders in the US than in Europe, and that's still a big threat to keep the innovations in Europe. we need more analysts understanding these issues and evaluating this kind of innovation, especially deep tech manufacturing could be really more understood in Europe, I think, than in the US. The corporates are, again, their role to play to offer exit, and we prefer to be acquired by European companies than Chinese and Americans. I think it could make more sense to the European ecosystems, and still the exit number by European corporates are missing. That's the thing. This relationship needs to be fostered. On innovation, I would say after is the give back also. Personally, I give time also to young entrepreneurs and to share experience and to share to them when they start a company all the obstacles and issues I have been facing. So they will not do the same mistakes. They will try to avoid this, and then we will be more successful altogether to tackle and answer and propose new solutions for a sustainable future. And finally, to come back to what the chair said at the beginning, there is right now the huge issues of the energy pricing. So there is innovation to be done there. Maybe not technology short term, maybe more on regulation and market innovation. We are as entrepreneur and startup here to help. I don't know how, but just to make sure these energy prices will not kill and just stop all these positive trends we have seen of bringing back and developing new factories there, and with a price of energy which is 4 or 5 times cheaper in Middle East or in the US right now. We are going just to keep the factories in Europe. So there is an urgent need for action, and entrepreneurs are, of course, really happy to help all the communities in Europe to make this happen and last till the end of the decade at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Hubert. And then just before we close, just a couple of comments in that it's really interesting to hear the panel discuss this area of innovation and how we're going to move forward. But really, it's essential to hear a company and how it's gone through this and how it's tackled the regulatory issues, which is brought up by the new European Innovation Agenda, which is a really interesting area, and I'm glad it's brought up, but also how EIT can support this in terms of skill sets that are needed widely, also these schemes and hub of innovation and ecosystems. And just for the anecdote, I know Antoine for a while. We share actually our first investor in both companies. And I remember calling Antoine, asking him, is this investor a good investor? Are they not good? Tell me more about them, because they had gone into Antoine before us. And even just that's a little bit of how an ecosystem can actually work. And I'd like to just thank the panelists for today's conversation. Thank you very much for listening. And yeah, welcome. Thank you.
For your great moderating, Nora, and the panelists for the discussion. But before you go, I know we're running a little bit late, but I'd like to have a brief comment from the floor. Daniela Popescu is a vice rector at the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca in Romania, and she also works with the Hub of University Alliances for the Startup Village initiative. Daniela, I know you wanted to make a quick comment on what you've heard on the panel.
Quick. First, thank you very much for the EIT that invited me here, and also thank you very much for the very interesting discussion in the panel. It was really enlightening to see details about new European innovation agenda. Universities and higher education institutions really are spreading the knowledge to improve the world. We are the pool of talents for deep tech innovation, but also we need to enlarge the base. That is why this hub of university alliances are really committed to support the European Commission agenda concerning the startup villages. It is important for us as universities also to spread our knowledge around in our local communities, to try to attract them, to strengthen the local innovation, and also to try in this way to enlarge the pool and have more deep talents, to try to support the mobilities between different regions in Europe. Actually, Actually, in our region, we have a rural urban hub that it's a project running for almost 2 years, very interesting, lots of projects and attracting new talents for deep tech innovation, and also supporting inclusion, diversity, and female entrepreneurship. That is an idea very dear to us. So thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for coming along today in person to make those remarks. We're going to take a very short coffee break because we are running behind time. I know there's lots of networking to be done, but please make life easy for our hosts. When you hear the bell, come back in here because we've got more great inspirational speakers for you. Big warm round of applause for our panel again. Thank you.
πως το αύριο είναι ακόμα μακριά και τότε είδα τα μάτια σου. Πήραν το χρώμα της θάλασσας. Αν είναι όνειρο, μην με ξυπνήσεις.
Something new. You stand there, it happens fast. You sigh, and the spell is cast. You're here to make my dream come true. A lover who knows me, what a stranger who makes me tell the fairy tales I've never told. So take now my reverie and let with this melody your mysteries unfold.
Yeah, I can continue to speak. They hear that? We have also the
When I look into your eyes, I can see your love restrained. Darling, when I hold
Yeah,
you,
10 minutes.
don't you know I
No more
feel
than
the
this.
same?
Yes, I'm speaking now. Yes, Salvatore here. Yes, Sa.
Nothing lasts
Yes.
forever.
Indeed, this is Salvatore Nigro. Hello, one.
And it's hard to hold a candle in a cold November rain.
We've been through this such a long, long time, just trying to kill the pain. But lovers always come and lovers always go, and no one's really sure who's letting go today. Walking away, walking away. If we could take the time to lay it on the line, I could rest my head just knowing that you are mine, oh mine, oh mine, mine, mine.
So if you want to love me, then darling, don't refrain. Or I'll just end up walking in the cold November rain.
Do you need some time on your own? Do you need some time all alone? Everybody needs some time on their own. Don't you know you need some time all alone?
I know it's hard to keep an open heart when even friends seem out to harm you. But if you could heal a broken heart, wouldn't time be out to charm you?
Do you need some time on your own? Do you need some time all alone? Everybody needs some time on their own. Don't you know you need some time all alone?
And when your fears subside and shadows still
We've
remain,
been through this such a long, long time, just trying to kill the pain.
I know that you can love me when there's no one left to
But
blame.
lovers always come and lovers always go, and no one's really sure who's letting go today.
So never mind the darkness, you still can find a way.
Walking away, walking away, walking away, walking away.
'Cause nothing lasts forever.
But it's too late to say you're sorry. How would I know? Why should I care? Please don't bother trying to find him. He's not there. He's not there. Well, let me tell you about the way he looked, the way he'd act, and the color of his hair. His voice was soft and cool, his eyes were clear and bright, but he's not there, he's not there. Well, no one taught me about him, the way he lied. Well, no one taught me about him, how many people cried. But it's too late to say you're sorry. How would I know? Why should I care? Please don't bother trying to find him. He's not there. He's not there. He's not there.
Take a look. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we could get those outside to please usher your colleagues in and take your seats. We are running a little bit late. I do know what it's like after years of restriction from seeing our colleagues, how nice it is to chat over a coffee, but we've got some great panelists, so please grab a seat. And perhaps while we're waiting for your colleagues to return from coffee, I'll remind those of you who are in the room that the voting is still open for the Public Choice Award, but it's open for less than an hour to go now. So remember, scan the QR code on your badges or visit www.eitawards.eu and remember to follow those voting instructions. You've got less than an hour, you've got about 50 minutes left to have your say on the awards. I'm wondering where everybody else is, but in the meantime, I will also remind you that some eagle-eyed people spotted our hashtag should be Innoveit2022. So that's INNOV EIT 2022. If you want to share your thoughts on social media, I'm sure you all do. And please spread the word to your colleagues who can't be here that they can get involved by getting online and getting in touch with people who are here in the room to pass on the message. Again, I know many of you have got your phones. I can see you all looking at them. I hope you're voting. If you're not voting, I hope you're looking at the conference app and reaching out to colleagues, because there is another coffee break before the awards where you can set up meetings and say hello and exchange experiences and ideas and best practice and maybe just share a cup of coffee. We're on the way to counting down for this final panel. I know it's going to be an interesting one because we're going to be looking at the deep tech skills that we need going forward. We heard a bit about it on the previous panel, talking about how important that is to the future of innovation in Europe. And I know a lot of people here have also worked on that in the margins as well, on different events beyond today and in the weeks and days building up to today's summit. So many of you are experts in the audience, but don't let that put you off. I'm sure you'll still learn something new, or at least come away with a new perspective. Now, I think we're just about ready to get started, so cue the jingle. There we go, gets everybody in the mood for something exciting. And I think our next speaker is going to bring something new to our discussion today. We're going to have an inspirational speech from Salvatore Negro, who is the CEO of JA Europe, with more than 20 years experience in social entrepreneurship, business development, fundraising, advocacy, communication. He now leads strategy, digital transformation and innovation for Europe's largest provider of education programs for entrepreneurship, dealing with more than 4 million young people across about 40 different European countries. So please do welcome to the stage Salvatore. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Can I ask you a favor? Can everybody please stand up? Very good. It is scientifically proven that your brain has now received 40% more of oxygen. By doing so, I guarantee myself 40% more of your attention. You can now sit down. Thank you. How many of you are less than 30 years old? Raise your hand. You're still defined young people. How many of you have children at home? Oh, many out there. I do have two. Patrick, 8 years old, and Vera, 5 years old. And I was young, as those of you who are less than 30 years old, and I was also a kid. And I was born in one of the poorest regions in Europe, in the south of Italy, in Calabria, in the 70s. My mother, she was 16 years old. My father was 18 years old. And guess what? They were both unemployed. So we were living in the farm of my grandfather, living on what he could sell to the market, from tomato to oranges to aubergines. And my parents told me 3 things and gave me 1. The first one was, Salvatore, think big. Because only if you think big, you're going to achieve big things. Salvatore, don't take a no as an answer. Be persistent. Knock at everybody's door. And Salvatore gives back. Because only by giving others the opportunities that you will have in life, you will fulfill your journey. So they told me 3 things, and they gave me 1. And what did they give me? So while it took us 14 years to build our own house and be independent for my grandparents, and my father did not ask for a loan, but he did ask for a credit when I was 8 years old to buy me an Olivetti M15. Now you guess what is an Olivetti M15? Not MI5. I know what you know what is MI5. Olivetti M15. Olivetti M15 was one of the first personal computers that Olivetti had produced. Now the first reaction was I was mad at them because all my friends got Commodore 64 to connect to the televisions and the colors and stuff, and they gave me an Olivetti M15, all green, with a lot of lines over there. What do I do with that? But there is where I learned on how to code. The code was basic. In fact, it was called Microsoft Basic. But imagine in a region, in a house, in a farm, where there is no paved road, where the bus of the school could not come when it was heavy raining, but I had an Olivetti M15. How innovating that was. Well, today we say, well, that's a whole machine. Of course it is. But at that time, it was so innovative. And my father would understand zero now, against still, of computers. Well, he's digital literate now, a little bit more, definitely. But at that time, he understood what was the power of technology, the application of technology, and he wanted to give to a young guy in the poorest, one of the poorest regions in Italy and in Europe, that opportunity. And this is why I then studied in the most prestigious universities. I lived between Europe and United States. I built youth centers and children's centers in cities in conflict and post-conflict in sub-Saharan Africa. And when I turned 40 years old, I say, okay, now it's time for me to go back to Europe. And why? Because I have Patrick and Vera. And I need to make sure that I give the opportunities to young people like Patrick and Vera in Europe to succeed. And I joined Junior Achievement. JA is the largest entrepreneurship education organization in Europe. We serve 4 million young people in person plus 2 million digital in 43 European countries. And we do this with partners like with the EIT, with the different kicks and different initiatives from Girls Go Circular, from Skills for the Future, from the Foodathon that we all gonna do next week between young people in Africa and young people in Europe. And how do we do that? Is we start at 5 years old by mobilizing 150,000 business volunteers to enter into the schools, so from the private sector, enter into the schools and paired with teachers and train young people on how to become entrepreneurs and train young people about the skills of the future or about financial literacy. Yes, we are an organization that is old. We are 103 years old. It was founded in 1919. I'm more or less with my Olivetti M15 that I had. But it's an organization that is looking at the future, because if you really want to design your future, you need to know your past. And we do, because we have learned a lot. We have learned that the importance is not necessarily what you know, but how do you apply what you know? Because everybody today can go on Google and know things. But how do you transfer the knowledge into your daily professional life? That's what's going to make the difference for those young people. And the same is with technology. Of course you can have your Commodore 64. But if you want to succeed, then you have to join the Deep Tech Talent Initiative of EIT and go deeper and understanding what are the digital skills of the future. And this is our role. This is our role because I cannot look into the eyes of my kids and say to them that we are wasting an opportunities. This is the moment in which Europe has to wake up, in which we need to retain the talent that we have. Because I truly believe that talent is universal, but opportunities are not. And the Deep Tech Talent Initiative is an opportunity for the talented young people across Europe, in urban and in rural areas, having or not their paved road that goes to their farm, but they can connect from out there for global jobs. And this is why I was so happy to be invited and be with you, with all of you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salvatore, and I know you're staying on for the panel, so I will very quickly introduce you all to EIT Director Martin Kearns, who will be moderating this panel on Deep Tech. Thank you, Martin. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Salvatore, for your inspirational speech. And let me, first of all, welcome all of you to EIT Innovate Summit, the final event of our event series. Thanks a lot for joining us here today physically, but also online. And not only that, also thanks everyone who joined the other 9 events organized by our knowledge and innovation communities, organized by our EIT alumni in the last few weeks, bringing together so diverse group and helping to make connections, hopefully, and getting to the bottom of some of the tricky issues on innovation. So thanks for that. Thanks also to Commissioner, who was here earlier and will join us later today, EIT Governing Board members, and all the colleagues from the EIT who made this possible. And we have a panel here today, and I would like to invite panelists on stage for that, which will zoom in on the Deep Tech Talent Initiative, which was launched this morning by the Commissioner and by our Chair, Nectarios, and which has a pledge, which is online, inviting not just the EIT community, but everyone in Europe interested in filling the pool of deep tech talents to come on board. And that's exactly how we put this panel together with Salvatore and the other members that I will introduce to really discuss how can we make this work. Because so far I haven't come across someone who has said Europe does not need more deep tech talents. I think we can give that as a given, but it's the question, how can we as European stakeholders make that work and really raise the ambition and to deliver on it to stay competitive. So Salvatore is already here on stage, don't need to introduce him. Secondly, I would like to introduce Bert de Kolvenaar, who's the Executive Director of the Joint Undertaking on Key Digital Technologies, and I think he is one of the institutional partners that can help us to make this work. Welcome on stage, Bert. Thirdly, I'd like to welcome on stage Kinga Stanislavska, who is the founder of Xperia Venture Capital, but also member of the European Innovation Council Board. Welcome, Kinga.
Hey, good to see you.
And last but certainly not least, I'd like to welcome Anna Valtonen, professor at Aalto University, one of the most successful and creative universities in Europe. Welcome on the stage. So the Deep Tech Talent Initiative and the pledge we have put out this morning really will succeed if the stakeholders, and they're representing, of course, groups of stakeholders here today from this panel, will come on board and will deliver and help us to make this pledge a reality, to reach this very ambitious target. So we have representative of education, training providers, and Salvatore, I think with your network of JA Europe, you can certainly speak for them. We have investors, financing partners, the EIC here on stage. We have Bert from an institutional partner, other EU agency, and Anna representing Europe's university landscape. So let me start with you, Salvatore, as you gave your speech. And first question, how do you see the contribution that JA Europe can make in this field? What are you already doing? And which are really the technology areas where you can see the biggest impact could be made in cooperation between JA and the EIT?
Thank you, Martin. Well, when we're talking about innovation, there is a word that comes before, which is a commitment to innovate. You have to have the commitment and the passion to innovate. And let me be clear here. We're committing to support this pledge as JA Europe. We are very proud of partnering with EIT and engage our more than 3,500 companies that we work across Europe to join the pledge. It's a serious commitment. We already have, we're putting resources, we're putting our time, our people who are going to work to reach this ambitious goal that the pledge has of 1 million young people. What are we doing at the moment? Well, when you are an organization that is 100 years old, obviously there is the tendency of knowing that you know it all and you do it all. But then you realize that changes and innovation happen so fast that you need to bring the others to complement what you're good at and leave to the others what you're not good at. So to give you an example, we have our company programs in which young people start their mini company when they are 16 years old, and they compete at the school level, at the national level, at the European level for the best mini company in Europe. And then we said, okay, my little daughter Vera entered into my car and started saying, Mercedes, what's the weather like today? So we said, oh, she knows already about artificial intelligence. So how can we bring artificial intelligence to our company program or core modules? Do I need to invent a training program about this? Nah, that's not my role. My role is to take Intel, and we brought Intel, and we joined forces, and we are training young people on entrepreneurship and artificial intelligence together to become entrepreneurs who also know how AI can support them. And this is what is the kind of partnership that we want in committing to this pledge. How can we identify among our stakeholders what is their niche and how they can complement what we already do? Because we do have 4 million young people in person and 2 million digital that could be a perfect pipeline of talent for recruiters, for employers, but also for startups to be created in this sphere.
Thank you, Salvatore. And that already puts the number of 1 million deep tech talents that we want to reach in the next 3 years into a good context and perspective. And then let me turn to Kinga, I think as member of the EIC board, European Innovation Council, but also from your perspective as an investor, you of course has a prime insight on the key technologies that are right now the ones where we need more skills and which can be facilitators of innovations to tackle the big societal challenges as the EIT does with its 9 kicks. But of course you also see the needs for investments in this field. So which are the type of initiatives, areas where you see the biggest need for Europe to invest?
Thank you for that question. Pleasure to be here. Well, you know, I do wear multiple hats. One of them is, of course, as the EIC board member, something that I have been involved in for a number of years now, and I'm very, very proud and honored to be a part of this group, because what EIC has done and what it does is it helps innovators from a very early stage with the funding from the grant money and with other forms of assistance right through to the EIC fund investment. So it's quite a big scale of help, focusing on deep tech innovators and focusing on helping them succeed and bring their products to market. So indeed, we need talent, companies that are inside the EIC and the EIT family. They need new employees, they need to upskill, they need to grow. And of course, growth is often characterized by the number of new people that come in with their new skills and talents. From an investor, completely private sector standpoint, we invest in the best founders. To have those best founders, we need them to be open to society, to exchange knowledge, to participate in the ecosystem, and to keep upskilling so that we can invest in them, so that they can deliver the success for themselves, for the ecosystem, for the stakeholders. I'm also a happy mother of 2 girls, teenagers, and I also look at the world from that standpoint. I always think about how I would like to see future leaders in the world who are solving problems, not because it's easier to have your dinner delivered with a 15-minute food delivery app, but solving real problems, solving those that can really truly move the world forward, solving global challenges and aligning with SDGs. And these are the kind of issues that both EIT and EIC have been tackling very successfully and still have the strategy to tackle, which again, this new initiative should enable the achievement of the next steps much faster, right from the start of the teenagers, something that Salvatore spoke about, right through to those very large equity fundings that we can achieve together as an ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Kinga. And I think this fact, we need a cooperation between EIT and EIC shows that while we have built as EIT Europe's largest innovation ecosystem, we heard that earlier today, we are present in all the member states, but to create the type of talent pool through our own programs is not enough. We need to scale them up as much as we can, and we will be doing that together with our 9 knowledge innovation communities who will deliver on that by themselves, jointly, but we also need the institutional partners, such as Salvatore, Junior Achievement Europe, EIC, but of course also the other EU agencies and programs, and that brings me to Bert. I think the name of your joint undertaking, Key Digital Technologies, already says it itself. So how does it look from your perspective? Which are the key tech areas which we should focus on to bring Europe forward?
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Thank you for inviting me here. 2 words about KDT. We are a joint undertaking, a partnership which brings the European Union together with the European member states and the industrial partners to work on KDT, key digital technologies. And exactly in the digital sector, what has been heard already before, there is such an explosion of technology development where we need to try to feed in the resources. And one of our partners in our program is one of the well-known Dutch companies who is working on lithography. And this company is trying to hire 100 new people every month. It's about 3 people a day, and they do this every month. They need a huge amount of new, ambitious people, and obviously they cannot find them only in Europe, they go all around the world. Yeah? So I think it's very much necessary to start feeding in and start creating a fertile ground for these young people to find the ambition, the engagement, as Salvatore was saying. It's very difficult to find people who have this kind of engagement to do this kind of, call it complicated STEM studies. Now, what I think is next to the young people even more an important problem, and we have that issue in our country, but also in many other countries, is that in order to create such a new generation of young people, engineers, yeah, you need people who educate them, teachers. And in our country, it was even this morning on the news, there aren't just any teachers anymore. Yeah? They are just fished all around and they're going back into the industry. yeah, which I think is an even more fundamental program, and we need to reflect upon how we can bring first the teachers before we can have the students, before we can help the industry. But being a father of 4 girls, I have the ambition at least to help them. I'm not a teacher, I'm an engineer, and I would like to help them to find the commitment they would need to make their way in wherever they want. I'm not dictating, but if it's deep tech, I'm more than happy. And bringing them into contact with all these kinds of new innovation aspects. And I think, and again, you asked the question up front, who has kids? Yeah? It's all of our role to help young people to get this motivation to go into this deep tech by simple things. Yeah? Showing them around, going to some open industry days, to go to some exhibitions. I've been to to Paris, and one of the very interesting museums, I thought, was the Museum of Art et Métier. It's where all the fundamental details of physics and technology are explained. For those who go there, please take half a day. It's so interesting for the engineers. So as parents, please, each of you, take up the responsibility to give that push to all of your kids to make that move into deep tech. Thank you.
Thank you, Bert, which brings me to Anna, who is professor at Aalto University, training, obviously, deep tech talents every day, and you've been working also with the EIT for years, so you know our own education programs, which have the technology dimension, but also aim at giving the students the skills to then put that into innovations, put that into commercialization. How could we do more? How could we do better from the perspective of yourself?
How can we do more or better? I think that was a very big question to start with, right? I think in the previous panel, they had a wonderful way of putting it with the Czech, where the Czech leadership now, when they were talking about rethinking, rebuilding, and repowering. I think those were 3 really good words we could also apply for this. So I think the rethinking is really the core. So when we want to do something new, I think there's a big risk that we try to do it with old structures, with old ways of doing. So how can we actually think in completely new ways? And at Aalto University, one way we are doing it is to do it in a transdisciplinary way, to expose yourself every day to the new, to something that you don't know, so to a field that you are unfamiliar with and so on. And I think that comes back to what you were saying as well, to exposing your kids to thinking in completely different ways. I also really like the rebuild, but I think there, when we talk about an initiative like this, or really rebuilding Europe, for me, the big thing is the why question. What are we trying to achieve? And if we have joint goals, like the sustainability approaches, I think that's when we know better what kind of educations do we need, what kind of skills should we be building. Again, an example, a very practical one. In Finland, we've been talking a lot about, we have a lot of forest, right? It's way up north. So we could do something a lot more deep tech about it, new materials, than just shipping pulp in tons. But it was only when we wanted to do some sustainability there, but when we combined fashion, textile with the core chemists, that it now created a whole cluster of new material of where you can reshape how you do. So I think that's one part of it. So let's rebuild, but not, with focus of why. And then the third one I really liked as well, the repower, because you were all actually talking about that. Who should we be giving power to in these when we want to change the way we do things? It's really youth, I'd say. That's the answer. We have so brilliant students, and if they are empowered to do stuff, that's when the new things come in. So as a university, I heard we had some coffee discussions where you talked about Slush, which has been one initiative to try and get new entrepreneurship. It's not really the university that does it. It creates a culture which allows other people to do it, which allows them to do it. Like you said, take your kids out and do it. So I think if we could do all of these 3 things together that you were talking about, that the Czech are really pushing for now, the rethinking, the rebuilding, and the repowering of those who are our future, then we'd be maybe, I don't know if that answers your question on scaling up and really doing the big things, but those at least I would wish for.
It does answer it very well. Thank you, Anna, because I think you touched upon that very key point. Why are we doing that? Not for the sake of training 1 million in deep tech skills as an end in itself, but to have a basis to solve the really complex societal challenges that we face, which can be, some of them certainly resolved by combining, by using the new technologies. And that's really the why. So to have solutions to those complex issues, but also to create a pool. And that's really what EIT is about, to create a community of those talents that can connect, interact across Europe. Of course, to have those talents at university in your programs and more of them, we need to get back to the schools. And I think that's where I would come back to Salvatore and his 4 million learners, many of which, of course, are still at the school level. How do you see that link? How can we do more to create the interest in the deep tech areas, but also in the societal challenges that may then make some of your learners continue in a career or at a university program?
I think we should first start from the end. And you're right in asking the why. Why are we trying to reach 1 million people? Why are we re-engineering everything? Well, because too much we are focusing on just the training part of young people. But I think we need to start on where are the jobs? Out of those jobs we can disaggregate into skills. What are the skills that are essential? And what are the skills that people can learn during their journey also when they have a job in their digital career? And only at that time we need to provide the training programs that are exactly for the must needed skills. Otherwise, changes are happening so fast that we risk, if we want to have too much of a comprehensive learning journey, that probably 60% of what we are teaching young people is going to be obsolete by the time they enter into university and the time they exit university. Because some of the young people are entering for careers that will no longer exist when they finish their 4 years. And that's why if we re-engineering the whole process more and more, and we be very, very specific on what are the skills that those young people must have and those ones who are nice to have. Now, is it only the role of the educational systems to do so? Yes and no. Definitely, we need to invest more on teachers. I mean, if we don't invest on teachers, how we can pass on the knowledge and the application to knowledge? And we work with 150,000 teachers in Europe, one of the largest community of teachers across Europe. And they are hungry. They're hungry to know, absorb, update themselves. Unfortunately, there hasn't been enough investment into bringing them through the digital revolution. So they find themselves, they enter schools, and obviously the kids know more than they do. And how do they respond to that? So significant investment definitely on teacher is essential. But on the other side is also the private sector. I have, among my 3,500 companies, everybody is asking us, can you provide us with talent to be recruited? But if they go one-to-one to each university or to each schools, the only thing that is happening in this moment, they're stealing talent to each other, and they're inflating salary of those young people who do have those skills. Because they hire, they train, and their competitor, in less than 6 months, is gonna offer a 30% more of salaries and is stealing it from that. How do we solve this problem? Well, first, creating this talent pipeline that is wide enough where everybody can tap into. But if you as private sector want to tap into, first of all, you need to put investment and resources together to create the pool. It's not enough just that you come and steal it from the others, number one. And the other one is be very specific when you're recruiting. Because today, if you go out there, even a job description of an executive assistant, it comes with 7 pages of qualifications. Now, If you want to have someone who just get out of the university and apply for their jobs, he will never comply with all of that. So be very specific, you as a private sector, say what are really the skills that are a must, and what are the skills that then you have to admit that this person doesn't have, and it's going to be your role to continue invest into the training. And we're doing so. Last but not least is expanding the pool where we are not. We're working with NN Group, for instance, to bringing and a program that's called Economic Opportunities for All. We're focusing a lot in rural areas. We're focusing with not the typical schools where everybody goes and keep up the talent. So we're expanding it even more, so we will have more talent. Talent is universal, opportunities are not.
Thank you, Salvatore. So we know some of the deep tech areas where we need more talents: artificial intelligence, biotech, clean tech, blockchain, others that can help us to solve the big challenges that we have. There are certainly other technologies which are just emerging and may be relevant in the future. And we also know that we need more of these talents in the companies to kind of create not just a pool, but actually create the applications. Now, one group that is certainly underrepresented at that, even at the EIT, if we look at our 7 unicorns, which we helped to support through our kicks at the early stage, so Hubert was in the panel earlier, are all led by men and male founders. So Kinga, my question to you, how can we get more women, more girls interested in deep tech areas, and what are the right type of skills programs that could help them to join that pool and actually to reach them to become the innovators of tomorrow?
Thanks for that question. I am also founder of European Women in VC, which is the largest community of female investors in Europe. And we recently published a report looking at the venture capital space across Europe. And what we found was that 9% of assets under management are in the hands of females. And of course, from the Atomico State of European Tech report, we know that only 2% of VC funding goes to female founders every year. And altogether, 11% goes to mixed teams. And that's from 100 billion euros invested in 2021. So we do have a big, big issue. And for sure, the VC community, which is only one source of funding, let's face it, not everybody needs to be funded by VCs. But it's a huge one, and it's an important one. That has been skewed very heavily towards investor homophily. Same invests in same, and therefore we have what we have today. And I think when we focus on deep tech, which is such a huge opportunity for Europe, we're actually stepping away from what were the old ways, which were very much digitally based only, which were just talking about, you know, the next software as a service startup. Now we are talking about a different space. So what can we do? Well, to me, it's working bottom up and top down. Bottom up are the programs that, some of the ones that EIT is doing, like the Girls Go Circular programs, and many, many others that start from an early age. There is also a new program that EIT is doing, which is being launched in 2 weeks, about young women entering the VC space, something that is being worked around with EIT Food. And that's an important one because we do need more diversity in investment. However, what we need also is top-down decisions. And over half of investment going into European VC space is taxpayer money related. So we do need those decisions taken at the asset allocator stage. And they need to be conscious strategies of building diversity into the whole ecosystem by allocating the assets to diverse fund managers. Today we are very far from that. It's not being done. There are only small lights in the tunnel from time to time. But I believe that if we do bring open and fair access to capital from the top down and allow diverse teams to function, to allocate assets in different ways, we will end up with a more diverse pool of funded companies and also of the employees in those companies, and it will consequently trickle down right through the ecosystem. I think we are very powerful as a group, as decision makers on this asset allocation. Last year, 20 billion was invested in European VC. So, you know, if you think about the fact that only 9% is in the hands of females, and if we were to also go down other minorities, it would be really a tiny, tiny amount. And those people are actually focusing on tackling the challenges that they understand best, which are important for society. So if we do think top-down, we really need to change our asset allocation mode in addition to doing the bottom-up initiatives.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot, Kinga, and rest assured, EIT, thank you. EIT will keep women entrepreneurship and leadership top of its agenda. It's not for nothing that we had one of the Innovate events actually dedicated to that last week in Bilbao, led by EIT Food, who also leads a joint project in this area. And I'm really happy that together with the European Innovation Council, we have an increased joint agenda in this field. Because, of course, it's a cross-cutting issue where we can achieve more together than individually opening up our programs and cooperating. Which brings me back to Bert and your view as a joint undertaking, key digital technologies, especially, of course, semiconductors in the context of the CHIPS Act. Where do you see the role of your joint undertaking in skill development in this field, and what can we do together with the EIT from what you've seen from the cooperation so far, from this amazing community that is represented here?
What I believe is important, next to what you just said about diversity, is inclusion. We need to try to make sure that we include into the widest sense, and I'm sure many of you already have done some assessment centers for a hiring recruitment process, and often you have this exercise in a group discussion. Yeah, and it comes out that some of the people who are a little more dominant, yeah, lead the discussion. But these guys not necessarily have the best ideas. And what we need to, I believe, try to trigger is by this inclusion, help people to come and explain what they have in their mind and to bring this to the forefront. Not only the one who is talking strongest and loudest, but also the one who are a little more reserved and probably a little more thinking and considering rather than doing the talking. And in our joint undertaking, what we are trying to do is to bring or to make an ecosystem around key digital technologies, everything related to the hardware, semiconductor, Moore's law, but also towards the software, artificial intelligence, quantum, and so on. And what we see, having asked why people participate in our program, is not the money. People are not behind the money, but what they want to do is to get into the ecosystem of technological developments. And some of the big companies say that what is interesting for us is to have the smaller companies participating in our ecosystem, in our development, and we want to learn to understand them, what they can bring into our projects. And I think in a very similar way, the cooperation could be that we have clear indicators, yeah, KPIs type, indicating how many of new young people we can bring in our project, either big companies or small companies, and how do we, help them to make the step between the comfortable educational system into the more ambitious, committed, demanding industrial way. And I think this kind of pledge in order to push youngsters into that system, I think would be helpful, and I'm more than happy to find a way to exchange, and I think there are sufficient European programs to say, let's put a KPI, how many new youngsters did you subscribe to? And that's an easy way. Start to measure with what you try to achieve.
Thank you, Bert. And back to Anna, maybe talking about this comfortable educational system at the university level. How do you see the role of the programs which you have, very successful ones in Aalto and other universities? EIT already works with 400 universities, has now also a dedicated initiative to increase innovation and entrepreneurship capacity there. How do you see the role and possibility of universities to disseminate, to work together and scale up, disseminate some of the successful programs in other countries, other universities? Because there is really a role of catalyst which the EIT and its programs can play.
Well, at least I think we can try things out. We can explore, we can experiment, we can do things, which I think is one key element in actually getting them into bigger, to do these sometimes even unexpected trials to see what works. And I think that comes back to Kinga had a very important point here earlier when she was talking about how in VC investment you often tend to invest in what you already know, to do, you know, the safe thing in a sense. And I think that would be wonderful for an initiative like this if we could also experiment more with the educational side, because that, I think, can also be a solution into the new audiences. So I can give a very practical example of that. In Finland, we have something called FKI, so the Finnish Center for Artificial Intelligence, which is put together by people from all sorts of, Aalto University, the University of Helsinki, the local VTT, the research institutions and so on, but they started fairly early in 2018, innovation around how should we train in AI. So they did a big MOOC called Elements of AI, which I think about more than 700,000 people have taken by now. But what's interesting is that because it was a new way of doing it, it was safe. It was sort of not in the normal structures. Actually 40%, and I think over 40% of those who assigned are women, which is still not 50, I know, but it's a lot higher than in your normal computer course. So when you try and be innovative also in how you do things, you might actually attract the audiences which you would not get if you keep doing it in the same way as before. So to answer your question, I hope the universities can be a little bit of a trial ground of doing these weird things that we don't know if they'll fly yet, but at least we might get different results than we would with the keeping up with the usual.
Thank you very much, Anna, and that's already a great piece of advice. And in fact, having just a bit under 8 minutes left allows us to have 2 minutes for each of you to give an advice towards EIT community. You're partially working with them, partially not so much, so you still have an outside perspective. What would you think is the key advice towards us to make this Deep Tech Talent Initiative work, to achieve the goal, not just to train 1 million deep tech talents, but also create a community pool around it that really brings Europe forward? Salvatore, you want to start?
First of all, let me start by really thanking you and your staff and your board, because the collaboration with all the KICs has been fantastic. We work with almost all the KICs in different countries, and it has been fantastic. And it is more than a partnership on what we do, it's really a partnership of values. We feel that we are jointly in the projects and the initiatives that we want to move it forwards, not because of what we do together, but because why we're doing it together, and goes back because many of those probably have kids, and they know how important it is for their own kids. How can we make really this new initiative successful? Well, Plato used to say, give me the recipe of success, and I don't know. Give me the recipe of failure, and it is try to please everyone at the same time. Well, we can't please everyone at the same time. So those who do not want to join the pledge, don't join it. If you want to just be there for the picture, don't join it. If you just think that you're going to be there just for talks, the time for talks is over. We have a big challenge here. We want to get to 1 million young people to be trained and skilled, because Europe is demanding that, because our future generation will hold us accountable for it. So we don't need more pictures, and we don't need more talks. So global, big, large alliances with everybody in the picture, it's not what we need. We wanted people who wants to have a serious commitment about it. We're putting resources, organization we're putting resources, but when you join something, you need to know that you cannot just bring your things and do it the way you are used to do. And this is valid for the private sector, who need to put resources, be open-minded, and also collaborative with your competitor in order to create that pool. But this is also valid for institutions. Let me tell you that. You cannot just hide yourself behind the rules and regulations that are so strict that you cannot invest into, you want to invest into innovations and then you ask 5 years of financial audited statements to give a grant. I'm sorry, you cannot find an innovation with someone who's already 5 years of financial audited statement. So also there we need flexibility in rules and regulations to understand that we need to innovate also there. So we will fail if we will not be able to leave on the table, adapt, and join in the way we join forces. But Plato, I'm sure, if he's looking at this Europe, is gonna think that we will definitely succeed into that.
So essentially, roll up our sleeves and let's be flexible in getting it done. Thank you. Kinga, your 2 minutes of advice for the EIT to get this done.
Gosh, I think EIT is much better than me at getting it done. And just today proves that point. You've brought different communities together and you're trying to make it work, being open to everyone and inclusive. And I think that is really the secret, is for people to lower barriers between themselves, to be less competitive between themselves and try to be collaborative, because really this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And let's try to help each other out with this. And I think that's the really key. I wish Europe would be more open to risk-taking, which is something that Salvatore just mentioned with his example of those financial statements. If we are not open to risk-taking, others are. And unfortunately, others then run faster. They understand that they can fail, but if they innovate faster, they will fail 2 times and succeed 3 times, and the successes will be bigger. So we also need to take those risks, and I think this is super important, and we need to be fast in our execution. Let's not build artificial barriers. Let's figure out how we can build sandboxes, how we can help alleviate various regulatory aspects for our startups, that they can truly expand in Europe in those sectors that are difficult. Let's educate those who are the regulators, who have decision-making power over the sectors we want to innovate. And let's do it together, because it is a marathon, but we need the speedy decisions there.
Thanks a lot, Kinga. Bert, your piece of advice from EU agency to EU agency?
Same question. I have to admit, fully subscribe that risk-taking in Europe is not our strength. So, and this is probably traditional, and I think there are other things we can do much quicker than changing our mentality on risk-taking. Recent past has shown that the value chain has been not well understood, and I refer to the medical supplies and the starting of the COVID. We just didn't have even the simple masks. Yeah? We had the supply problem with the chips, which did not allow or asked you to wait for a year and a half for your new car. And now we see the supply chain problem for the energy provision, and I'm sure winter is near, we will be colder than the usual years. Honestly, deep tech, talent in deep tech is yet another value chain, to express it in engineering terms. And what I can advise to the EIT to do is keep on walking the talk. I think what you have done in the recent past, to walk to the different cities, try to advertise what you're doing and how you can stimulate, is really what needs to be done. Because what I see in my community is that sometimes the lack of talent is not the first nor the second element on any discussion. It comes at the end. I say, yeah, we also need engineers. Yeah, the first question is basically we need more money, but we should basically change this completely. Yeah, because whatever serves the money, if you have no talent to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bert. Anna, your final piece of advice from the other side of this panel, in the other end of Europe, from Helsinki.
Thank you. I think there were great pieces of advice already. I really like Salvatore said, let's just do stuff. And Kinga said, let's take bigger risks. and you said that keep walking the talk, you know, trusting what we do. I think there's a wonderful thought here when we talk about complex and big challenges, right? They are complex, they are big, but that's also one of the areas where Europe has its true strengths. We have so many areas and so many different approaches. Think of an algorithm, right? If it would be clearly definable, straightforward, never move, it would be easy. If we talk about a complex challenge which is constantly changing in an environment we can't have control over, that's where the real skill will come in. And that's where I think we as Europe have the strength of actually having that diversity, that beauty of all the different approaches. So if I could put my one piece of advice into the combo of these three, it is really to try and do the unexpected, to look at the stuff that you didn't always expect to be there and try it out, combining all the three things of what you're saying, because I think with that, we really get the new thinking, the opening up of our minds, and then we can be first with something if we keep trying the stuff that we don't know what it is. It's not comfortable. It's always easier to do the safe stuff, the stuff we know what it is. But if I could give a wish, then I would wish that all of us would push our safety zone, our comfort zone a little bit. And if we actually need to do these great, huge leaps for Europe, getting completely new talent pools, then we need to leap also out of our safety zones in how we do things. That would be my wish.
Thank you, Anna, and we'll certainly be bold and are already bold by putting forward these initiatives. As we are out of time, I will only end with 2 points. First, what's next for the Deep Tech Talent Initiative? So if any of it, what was discussed today, what you heard today, you certainly have many questions, resonates with you, please join the effort, express your interest. The website is open as of today for the Deep Tech Talent Initiative pledge. So please come forward, whether you are a training provider, education provider, whether you are a funding partner, whether you are a business, a unicorn, big or small, or enterprise or business association, or whether you are an institutional partners. All of them were represented here today. This is an opportunity to be bold and to build something strong and build something that brings us forward in Europe and helps us to solve our big complex challenges that we have ahead through more deep tech skills, new programs, scaled up programs, existing great programs being disseminated. So that's the one part. Second part, my conclusion, big thanks to the fantastic panel. Amazing to have you here. Thank you for supporting the EIT, and also thank you for the audience, and enjoy the rest of Innovate. There's more panel coming up, and of course the EIT Awards later on. Have a great Innovate, and also of course connect in between the panels and meetings, which is the EIT spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin, and indeed the panelists, and I hope many of you will take up the opportunities mentioned there. We're now going, unfortunately he couldn't be with us in person, but we're now going to see a video recorded especially for us today from the European Commission Vice President for Interinstitutional Relations and Foresight, Maroš Šefčovič.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be speaking to you today. Unfortunately, I'm unable to be there in person. But let me thank the European Institute of Innovation and Technology for inviting me to take part. Research and innovation are crucial drivers for a sustainable and competitive European economy. On the brink of the fourth industrial revolution, and with Europe facing numerous challenges, they are becoming more important than ever before. Recent crises, and especially Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, have underlined the need to boost our work on the European Green Deal and speed up our energy transition, while also strengthening Europe's open strategic autonomy. Disruptive technologies such as batteries and hydrogen and European intellectual property will be crucial for these goals. Let me acknowledge the excellent work being done in this area by my colleague, Commissioner Maria Gabriel. Europe has what it takes to make the most of the opportunities offered by research and innovation. That is thanks, in no small part, to our bold thinkers, world-class researchers, and agile industry. They, in turn, are supported by the enormous level of investment we are making available to remain innovative and globally competitive. Let me recall that at least 35% of the 95.5 billion euro Horizon Europe program will be dedicated to climate action. For example, we are funding the new clean hydrogen partnership to the tune of 1 billion euros, with the aim of producing clean hydrogen at a competitive price by 2030. And the But4EU partnership, with the support of 925 million euros from the EU budget, will establish an innovation ecosystem to boost the competitive, sustainable and circular battery value chain in Europe. In addition, the Innovation Fund will provide 38 billion euros in funding to help pave the way for the commercialization of research and development. I urge the European research community to capitalize fully on this unprecedented funding to help us go from imported to Europe to developed and manufactured in Europe. However, in order for all this money to actually produce results, you need to put the right people in the right places, with innovation integrated at the systemic level and along the entire value chain. This also requires the improvement of skills capabilities. Take the EIT and its knowledge and innovation communities. They are demonstrating how to nurture entrepreneurial talent and usher in daring new ideas to enable the industry rollout of more efficient and sustainable technologies. Crucially, they are also identifying and coordinating investment opportunities to strengthen the industrial base of Europe's most critical economic sectors. I have seen firsthand the excellent cooperative work being done by the European Battery Alliance, which is coordinated by EIT Innoenergy. Thanks to a systemic approach utilizing the concerted efforts of all actors, the Alliance has made the EU a global battery hotspot in just 5 years. With more than 110 major industrial battery projects being promoted across Europe, we are now well on track to meet 90% of our battery needs. We are creating European value and moving swiftly towards achieving open strategic autonomy. I'm pleased this experience is now successfully being used in other critical sectors. For example, EIT Innoenergy will also be leading the efforts under the European Solar Industry Alliance, which is to establish a resilient photovoltaic value chain in Europe by 2030. And with EIT Raw Materials in the lead, we are developing European Raw Materials Alliance to secure access to raw materials for our sustainable and circular economy. The Alliance's efforts are already showing positive results with the first pipeline of projects under preparation. I believe one of the most urgent tasks now for the research community is to work on substitutes for raw materials given the soaring demand and expected future supply crunch. Dear colleagues, while the European research and innovation ecosystem continues to offer up a myriad of opportunities, there are also challenges which must be overcome. I can see two challenges in particular. First, we need to invest major effort into bringing technologies currently in the demonstration or prototype phase to the market in a good time. To ensure this, we have deployed one of our most powerful tools, known as the Important Projects of the Common European Interest, or IPCEI. The two battery-related IPCEIs are injecting over 20 billion euros into highly innovative projects and disruptive technologies all along the battery value chain. And the European Commission has this year approved up to 10.6 billion euros in public support for the hydrogen value chains through IPCEIs as well. Second, with education at the heart of the innovation process, we need to ensure we can provide enough skilled workers for our emerging industries, avoiding any dependence on foreign markets. I look to EIT to continue developing initiatives such as the recently launched European Battery Academy. Projects like these will play a key part in the rollout of the European Year of Skills announced by President von der Leyen for 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to continue working hard on investing in the future. Our new European Innovation Agenda, adopted in July, is a key instrument to drive innovation in Europe, supporting talent and entrepreneurship. It will help us position Europe at the forefront of the new wave of deep tech innovation. With this, let me express my appreciation once again for your highly valuable work. I wish you all a pleasant and productive conference. I look forward to hearing about your imminent discussion on a sustainable and innovative energy sector.
And indeed, we're all very pleased the Commissioner took time to record that for us today as we go to our third and final panel, which is on the energy sector and how innovation can help make us more resilient, this strategic autonomy thing that we've talked about so much, and of course have a green and sustainable Europe for the future. So I'd like to invite on stage now to moderate this panel, please, Diego Pavia, CEO of EIT InnoEnergy. Thank you.
So good afternoon and welcome to this session on energy. I think everybody is today reading headlines in all newspapers, discussing at lunchtime. And today we're going to give some hints about how we can solve structurally and systemically the problem. And for this we have a selected panel of first, Maria Grazia Carvalho from the European Parliament, that has been since the early days a strong supporter of the EIT, and as member of the EIT committee, also very involved in the evolution of Europe in terms of regulation for the energy sector. Maria Grazia, please. We have got a second Maria. Maria is the CEO of EIT Euro Mobility. And well, energy is not only about B2B and industry, but it's also about the citizen and the cities where 80% of us live. So it's going to also bring a lot of insight on this. Maria, welcome. And finally, we have Tavi, that is known to many of you. Tavi entered into the EIT world back in 2014, and is one of the upcoming unicorns that is bringing solutions for the energy sector. Welcome, Tavi. So just to frame a bit before we start the session with interventions of the panelists, we are, as we all know, in a crisis, but as we say in business, never put a good crisis to waste. If we take the example of a frog, Europe was slowly cooking inside the water. And what the inflation and the war in Ukraine and the spikes in energy prices is that basically the temperature has increased very quickly, so the frog, we are jumping out of the basin with the water. And that's good news, because the reaction of the crisis, both of Europe and the rest of the world, by the way, has been, if you ask me, a tremendous reaction, positive, that is bringing our 2030 and 2050 objectives sooner and closer to where we are today. You see that, well, the Vice President has just deployed all the financial measures to support the acceleration of this. REPowerEU is also accelerating those objectives. The Parliament in the last sessions is also pushing the pedal. So that's good news as far as Europe is concerned. So we are taking the crisis as an opportunity. And as we are here in innovation, we're optimistic, that's extremely good news. But watch out, also the Americans. The Americans have launched what is called the Inflation Reduction Act. Well, it's a nice name to reshore manufacturing and industry back to the States. It's America First of Trump, now it's called Build Back Together Better, but the objective is to bring back industry. And you see today a lot of our scale-ups that are looking of whether to scale up in Europe or in the States. Just to give an example, the subsidies, not on CapEx, on OpEx of this IRA, on the price of a battery that is 100 euros a kilowatt hour, it's 35. on OPEX, not on CAPEX. So basically, somebody selling batteries will have a 35% bottom line effect through the IRA. So what would you do as industry? Would you deploy your next site in Europe or in the States? And that will be a question to Maria Grazia when we come to this afterwards, how Europe is going to react on this. And just to finalize before, because it's where I come here to listen to the panelists, the name of the game is to expulse the coal and the gas from our energy mix. And this is translated in what is called 24/7 renewables. As we all know, the sun shines only a few hours a day. The wind is blowing only a few hours a day. So how can we deliver 24/7 renewables to the industry, to the cities, and to the citizens? Well, there we have good news. We have already today the solutions for doing this. And solutions that are systemic and that are off the shelf. And the name of the game is storage, just to take the over-deployment of renewables into the non-rest hours. Besides innovative renewables, that the Parliament was very bold a couple of weeks ago to ask for 30 gigas to be deployed by 2030. So I just want to convey a message of optimism that the crisis we are in, we have got today the solutions that have been brought and are being brought by innovation, that we just need to scale to reach our goals earlier and to be resilient and autonomous. So with this framing, there's two sets of questions. I was told that we have 35 minutes sharp, because otherwise the winners of the awards will not be able to get their awards from the commissioner. And we start with Maria Grazia. You have been from the early days a big supporter of the EIT. How would you judge, assess what the EIT has been doing for innovation, for supporting all the different transitions, be it food, pharma, energy, and how do you see us going forward?
So first, good afternoon to all, and thank you very much for the invitation to be with you. It's always very nice for me, as you said from the early beginnings, very -1 minute that I was present in the EIT design, and it's very good for me to see the success of the EIT. If you look, for example, to the present crisis, we now have been spending a lot of our time in the Parliament discussing the solutions for the energy crisis, and I would say that everyone agrees that we really need more innovation, more technology that is ready to be used for storage, for renewables, so to be more independent in terms of energy. We need more skilled people. We don't have enough skills. We need more investments, and we also need better infrastructures. So, from these conditions that we have for the solution of the crisis, EIT is present in most of them. So EIT is able to provide us with technology that will provide clean, affordable energy, and not only the knowledge, but the scaling up, the pilot scale, and the demonstration phase. And this is the only instrument in the European funds landscape that also combines the research, the innovation, and the skills, the education, higher education and skills. And this is very important. Also, another point that is very important, one of the reasons that we don't have enough skills in this area, for example, in the area of energy, is that we do not have enough women on this, and we are doing an effort also to attract more women to these areas, both on the energy, the ICT, and the other areas that the EIT covers. So, very good. You can ask me what you can do better, and I have written that in the report. I was rapporteur of the present phase of the EIT, and there is, of course, things that you can do better, and I have stated some principles, like a principle of balance. you need to have to be more balanced in terms of gender. I've told you, if when you look at the landscape and people from the, you have been doing an effort, but still you have not enough women in your projects, but also in terms of geographical, and we don't want to abandon the criteria of excellence, but if you are more open, more transparent, more dissemination, more visible all over Europe, you get a better balance. And to have a better implementation in the regions, and that is also very good for you because you can have more fundings from the regional funds, so to do the synergies in a more systematic way between the EIT funding, the Recovery and Resilience Plan, the regional funds, and also to be more balanced in the different corners of the knowledge triangle. So until now, and I know that now you have corrected, and you are in the way correcting this, there was a lot of emphasis on the innovation, not so much on the skills and the higher education, and the Parliament has voted in their report that we should be balanced in terms of the three: research, innovation, and also the skills. So this is, in our opinion, was my proposal, but was almost unanimous vote in the European Parliament, the points that you can improve, and you are improving. One very important feature that you have is the scale-up of the technologies. And of course, it's difficult in Europe. It's not up to you to solve all these barriers, but you can, in certain ways, show the way that we have a better ecosystem for this innovation, for scaling up technologies. Is access to funding, but not only, is less bureaucracy, is legislation that is friendly of innovation. So all that you can push the regions, the member states, that make easier and faster to scale up. For example, we are working on that for renewables, that we can have a faster deployment of innovative renewables projects that do not take so long, all the permits that they are required, and there you can also do work to help us to move faster in the scale up. One good thing for you is that we have voted in the revision of the Energy Efficiency Directive a target for innovative technologies. I pushed a lot for that. Our rapporteur, Mr. Pieper, was also very keen. Is in the European Parliament proposal, and I think that is an opportunity for your KIC to develop this innovative, because we are going to have a target not only for renewables, but very important, for innovative renewables.
Total. And we thank you for that, because it's 5%, is 30 gigas, that is tremendous. So
yeah, so it's very good.
And Maria Grazia, for what we innovators we love is a non-fragmented market. So we don't need money for scale up. We need one sole market. So yes, please, any effort that you can do there.
Internal market is the basis of our European policy. So for everything. Yeah.
Thank you. Maria, you are running urban mobility. We all live in cities. What will be your dream in terms of how we, citizens of Europe in 2030, that for a change from today to 2030, what will be your dream? How will we be moving ourselves?
Oh, wow. So I was not prepared for that question.
Yeah, that's why
I knew somebody told me, Diego, you would be very flexible in your question, but I love the question, actually. Why? Because you asked about my vision in 2030 and not 2050. So we used to talk about vision, 20, 30 years from today, but now we cannot afford that. So, and we cannot afford, to dream when we envisage, but actually understand what are the possibilities that I have to solve problems today, and make sure that I start actions that will deliver the results in the next 5 to 7 years. So what do I envisage? So you already said we are like a frog boiling, or we have been like frogs boiling in hot water. And transportation, I think, was actually the black sheep boiling in, I don't know if that's a good analogy, but so we are the black sheep and we were boiling in the hot water. So actually the transport sector being the only sector that increased their CO2 emissions, increased their energy consumption steadily, and only during COVID actually did the transport sector manage to have a drop of around about 13% in energy consumption. So we need to reduce energy consumption, we need to reduce CO2. So now's the perfect storm where we have to do that. I mean, there is no other option, right? So, and what we see in the energy sector, all the measures now being taken for the autonomy vis-à-vis Russia is actually applying exactly the same to the transport sector. So we have to avoid consumption where we can. So meaning we have to shift to other modes, or we have to, travel less. How do we do that? You ask about my vision 2030 is a city where that is planned in a way and designed in a way where I don't have to take a train or my car to travel 40 minutes to work. I don't have to travel 30 minutes to go to the doctor or to go shopping. So that's the 15-minute city concept that many cities like Paris was actually the one inventing this, but now other cities are replicating. And replication is actually something that we drive as a community or communities, and especially urban mobility is of course bringing together cities as well, who see what is working in other cities. We help them to actually do live demos and pilots in their cities, bringing together the innovators with a solution that's already there. It doesn't have to be high tech or new tech. So a lot of the technologies are already there that will solve 75% of the problems we have. And then there is, of course, 25% where we need new technologies, and we have to do both in parallel. But what we are about foremost is to take the solutions that are out there already, or the early adoption solutions and technologies, and bring them to market. Because innovation is invention plus commercialization. And we are really the spearhead into the market with helping, taking the innovators by the hand, meaning the startups, meaning new codes that come out of the demos and pilots that we do, and make sure that they can prove their solution, they can become a reference, so that actually that will de-risk also the procurement for cities. Because it's, of course, easy to say we have to take more risks, but then being very realistic, a city, a mayor, is thinking short term. So thinking about, okay, how is this going to be perceived by my electorate if, a major investment fails? So that will not be well received. So they want to take as less risk as possible. So how do we enable them to be innovative while, minimizing the risk? And so we do that by helping them to identify what are the good solutions fitting to their problems, and helping them with some funding also to get the pilots done in the city, and then helping them to disseminate that so that other cities can actually benefit from that and replicate those solutions. So my vision is more public so coming back to mobility, that we empower public transport with more innovation, because there's too little in that.
Maybe one example, just to make the audience excited.
Yeah, so public transport, so multimodal travel, we need to enable that with the right data integration, for instance, so that someone can take a metro, but then also take, a shared bike without having to walk a long distance, so that actually this will be comfortable and people will shift from their cars to public transport. So we have to make it more attractive, and also more efficient, so in terms of incident management, which is a big hassle. So we need a lot of data, analytics and intelligence there. So some deep tech element, but then there is also a lot about collaboration, so integrating the data from different sources, and also the municipalities to actually be there owning this whole space and bringing the actors together in the cities.
Thank you. So now we go to Tavi. Before I put your question, Tavi, can you explain to the audience what you do? Because this will be first before I... Go ahead.
Yeah, we save CO2 emissions and fight climate change. But I think your question is more, how do we do it? Yeah. We do it by manufacturing supercapacitors, energy storage devices which can be charged in a matter of seconds. We all know how much time it takes for lithium-ion batteries. Also, we have 1 million life cycles, and this is not marketing talk, this is real-life applications. But we are not the silver bullet, because firstly, we don't use silver, nor lithium, nor cobalt, manganese, or nickel, so we use abundant materials. But joking aside, we are not suited for long-range electric vehicle driving, so we really go after the high-power applications in terms of grid stability, industrial equipment, mining equipment, and of course, public transportation. And what makes us different, that's very important, we have 4 times higher power density than our closest competition, and this is enabled by true deep tech innovation. We have our own patented curved graphene material. So I think that all in all, if you look at what we do, we help to save energy, and we do it by having something really unique. We go after the CO2 emissions, which would not be otherwise saved.
Yeah. So Tavi, you are close to become a unicorn, industrial unicorn, because you have got factories. Yeah. Can you share with the audience, you have 5 milestones events in your life since the early days, and whether the EIT ecosystem was of any help around?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the first milestone was starting the company, because think about it, in 2009, 2 law students, Oliver Alberg, my co-founder, who had finished law school, and me, who was a failed law student, made the selection that coming out of Estonia, Eastern Europe, we will go after the German automotive market with supercapacitors. We had no manufacturing experience whatsoever. We knew nothing about how much time it takes in the automotive industry. So I think that not knowing, actually, if we would have known how much time it takes, I'm not sure I would be here on the stage. Second milestone is really early on the first customer. And do you know who that was? That was the European Space Agency. We were the first one to say that, okay, Tavi, it seems to make sense. It's more reliable, lighter weight, more powerful. Then I would actually point out the third milestone, and now we come to Diego and EIT InnoEnergy. What was important? We already had the early customers, and we loved the product. We loved the performance, even somehow had trust towards the team. But nobody was willing to place a purchase order because we wanted to see manufacturing data. And of course, we tried to convince the customer and say that, well, the data will of course come after you make the purchases. But think about it, our products are used really in safety critical applications, so I think we made a wise choice. And when EIT InnoEnergy actually did a first investment, and after that 4 million euro investment, by now we have raised 220 million. But also we have managed to convince the key customers. And now I come to 4th milestone. And this was the first German automotive customer. And now, again, think about it. You have a deeply cash flow negative company back in 2018. And now one of the German automotive OEMs, next year you can go to the stores and buy that vehicle as well. They make a choice that, well, Skeleton is the company to whom we would like to bet our future in certain parts of the electrification. How did we make it happen? Of course, we worked with the customer, etc., and I tried to convince them about our future plans. But to be honest, that wasn't enough. because we have seen, let's say, other type of technology startups, and we have seen what can happen. And when actually InnoEnergy came in, and also here, let's say, Diego personally took the initiative, and together we managed to show the roadmap going forward. And by today, we have delivered on our promises, and we are going through the scale-up phase. Then I would say that last but not least, now it is the fifth milestone is that we are already in the market, but now it's groundbreaking of the new factory in Leipzig. So total investment of 220 million euros. And again, you know, when I think about EIT InnoEnergy, firstly, when we started cooperation, when I thought that, okay, this is, you know, this classical early stage stuff, and we are growing so quickly that we will get rid of these guys. We will grow out of it, and you know that after that we can't give any advice because we are focusing on really the early stage. And you know what I've seen is that somehow the InnoEnergy has grown together with us at a similar pace. So we have not got rid of the guys. We're actually on our board. Maybe that's one of the reasons. But on more serious note, what I have seen from InnoEnergy side, that if firstly we started with technology development, and that was, let's say, the support what we received. When we started with early customer contacts, and when by now really strategic advice in terms of how to structure our financing, but also I think that there's some unique ability in terms of going through the scale-ups, because I think InnoEnergy has this view in terms of, let's say, several different industries, how the scale-up works, and mainly what are the mistakes to avoid. So I think that these are kind of, in a nutshell, these are the basic milestones. And if I think about what we have achieved, then if I look at the numbers, then I can say we have achieved maybe 2% of our potential, and here we are talking about the next 10 years, and what we hope and what I'm confident in is that also our cooperation with InnoEnergy, of course, when it will be much different, but it's great to see that the organization is evolving and actually growing together with the companies.
Thank you, Tavi. Now we go for the three panelists on scaling up, because if we want to solve the problem, we need to deploy at scale innovative solutions. So Maria Grazia, I'm Tavi now, and I look at what Europe can offer, and I look at what the Biden administration can offer, and Congress offers. How we are going to react on the big carrot that the Americans are putting, so the third factory of Tavi will not be in the States, but still be in Europe. How we can support our innovators in the scale-up, so they will stay, because we're in energy, will stay in Europe, and they will not go elsewhere where the carrots, the free trade, non-free trade is cooked. Because that's very relevant. I mean, we can do a lot of innovation if we're not able to scale.
I think that you, in the first reaction to my intervention, you said the magic word is to avoid fragmentation. And it starts on the fragmentation of the funding. We have a lot of funds available, but they are very fragmented. We have in the horizon, we have the partnerships, the EIT, and after the recuperation, the recovery and recuperation plan, the regional funds, the EIB, the national funds, private funds, but they are, just to mention some, no? But they have different rules. They are complex to know all the rules. Sometimes still difficult to do the synergies between them. And that fragmentation makes life difficult if you have everything in one.
How can we act to solve this altogether?
This is related with the second question, that is also the fragmentation of the market. Yeah, because our internal market is far, far of being complete. So there is a lot of barriers to the internal market, different legislation in different member states, barriers to the free trade between countries, between regions. So we really should take the opportunity that these difficult times is giving us to go a step further in our integration of the market. I'm apologist that we should concentrate in what is our already responsibility, and the internal market is our responsibility, and do it because it's not done. Probably more than to go to other areas, social areas that are very important, but there are more member states' responsibility. Take the ones that we have responsibilities, our internal market, and really completely internal market. But in terms of legislation, in terms of markets, in terms of funding, that we put everything together and work together in order to make face to the difficulties that we have at the moment in terms of energy, in terms of supply chains, in terms of access to critical raw materials, all that. In terms of buying gas together, we should do all this as much as we can together, because it will be a big, big advantage if we do separately. Estonia, from Lithuania, from Portugal, we will not have capacity to do it as a European Union.
I've got a reaction, we'll see, but Maria wanted to intervene, and also Tavi. Please, if we can, because we have got 11 minutes left, so let's be...
Very quickly to react on what Maria said. So yes, and what you said also. So we have this multitude of different funding instruments, all quite complicated, so it needs someone to actually help the innovators to make sense of that and to navigate them towards the right instruments, but then also for the different instruments to be open, to collaborate with each other and really be very self-aware about, so what is my core competence and what can maybe another instrument or initiative add to that. So to give you an example, so we're now talking to Interact. So can we help them to shape a call in a way that it will actually address, you know, the important challenges that cities have, and then help the solutions coming out of that being taken to scale, help them with our digital marketplace and so on. So really make the things work together. EIB, so helping our solutions to tap into that funding. So collaborate.
Tavi, you wanted to?
Yeah. So we need to look at three aspects. Firstly, we need to look at talent, then the internal market, and capital. I think that from talent side, and I think it's also the mindset question, that we have a certain, let's say, skills gap in Europe. I'm not saying that US doesn't have it, but this is one of the areas that really where we need to put emphasis on. And this is not only about, let's say, technical skills, but it's the way of working and having the goal-oriented mindset. Secondly, in terms of internal market, especially if you look at grid stability, we still see that it's highly fragmented. There's not a single market, and each time the overhead cost in terms of entering those is quite high. But finally, it's the capital part, and this is divided into two parts. I think that firstly, the public capital markets, where Europe definitely has a lot of disadvantages, let's be honest here. But now on the public side, what we can influence, when it is very clear that on one hand, yes, we need to be less fragmented, but we need to put our money where our mouth is. But if you look at the Inflation Reduction Act, which I think does everything else well besides reducing inflation, but otherwise it's a good policy document. US has taken a step, and like Diego pointed out, it's a really aggressive step, that we want that the clean tech business will be in US. And whether we like it or not, we might say to ourselves that yes, we work on the skills, we work on the soft topics, etc. But regarding the investment decisions, let's say cash is king. And I think that European policymakers should understand that now it's the time to accelerate. and time to make sure that we are not creating these incentives in a vacuum. We are not saying that, oh, this we do because it is best for Europe. Well, yeah, that's of course sounds like nice, but we need to look at what is the competitive environment. And this is not only US what we need to look at, we need to look at China as well. So in terms of the next factor here, I think that skills, highly important, public sector side, that it wouldn't be so fragmented, because I think it's kind of an industry of its own, navigating different type of support mechanism. But then it's also the size. But if we try to fine-tune our system, and when we see Mr. Biden coming in with a bazooka, then to expect, let's say, to have the upper hand in that situation is not realistic. And last but not least, I make, in many panels, I make these examples, but let's go back to a good old case of Tesla. And all of us always say it's the fruit of the private capital markets, it's Silicon Valley, we don't have that mindset in Europe. But in 2011, when we made the IPO, we raised how much? $220 million. Before that, Obama had given them a €500 million subsidized loan. Basically, we were talking about a pre-revenue, let's say, automotive company whose founder said that we will soon go to Mars and have human civilization there. So maybe not, let's say, the safest bet in the world what you can take. And when we go back to Europe at that time frame, if somebody would have gone in and said that, well, I have this car company, you know, and it's 2011, it's midst of the economic crisis, but just give me like $500 million, you know, we will make it happen. There was no chance of that. And now I think that, again, we are talking so much about different initiatives, etc., but we are missing the big picture in terms of like how much capital is allocated to the sector. And currently we see that, like, if you look at the internet wave, for example, okay, we were again good in R&D, but we missed the wave. And today I would urge also policymakers to think about one aspect, and this aspect is the following, that if you don't invest aggressively now, then if you want to do catch-up 5 or 10 years from now, we need to invest at least 10 times more to get the same market share. So it's do it or don't.
Yeah.
But we have to make that selection.
Yeah. Thank you, Tavi. So now we have 1 minute per panelist. Maria Grazia, 2030. What is Europe doing exceptionally well in bringing innovation to scale to change systemically Europe? So suppose that you are the one with a pen and we are unconstrained, and where the EIT community will be playing in this dream scenario?
It's very difficult to predict today, and vis-a-vis what is happening.
Let's dream what will be.
What we are doing well in Europe is everything related to fundamental research. So the big advancements recent, they have come from Europe. And as soon as we go to the scale-up, we really have difficulties. For the vaccines, you had to have a very proactive of the commissioner, Commissioner Breton going, knocking at the doors, trying to push. We managed it, but it was a difficult task. So Commission cannot do that for every sector, so we need to find a way. And we were talking about the funding. We have an impressive amount of funding available until 2027 if you put the usual EU budget with the Recovery and Resilience Plan. But again, is divided in the member states, and the member states decide what to do, and the strategy and the priorities are different from member state to member state. So I really think that we need to work together and to put our priorities right, and we need to give solutions to the big problems, and one is energy. Second is food of supply and the raw materials, the critical raw materials. We need to be more, and skills for all this. We need to be more independent, more resilient, and only with research, but the capacity to scale up, we will be able to face the challenge for 2030. Otherwise, we are becoming poor and poor, and we don't want that.
Thank you. Maria, what will be your key ask to the Parliament for making the EIT ecosystem thrive even more?
The key ask is give us the environment where we can be flexibly reacting to the demands of the market. So meaning that, you know, be willing to change the rules, you know, not in a 7 years framework, but maybe, okay, we see the need to change them, you know, after a year because there are new demands. So let us be able to respond to the market and help the startups and the innovators to scale.
Tavi, what will be your ask to the Parliament?
My ask to the government.
You've got 30 seconds.
Okay. I think it's nothing more but put your money where your mouth is. But if you talk about scale up, then scale up requires capital. And when you do it, then always have in mind that the key is not you as government solving the problem, but unlocking as much as private capital as possible. Because long term, let's say, government-driven markets will not lead to economic success. They will need to lead to economic failure.
Thank you. So to wrap up on the 45 seconds that are left, well, it's for you, the audience, to decide or judge whether energy is successful or not. But the only thing that we do is that this, Maria Grazia, this collaboration, this complexity out there, EIB, EIC, EIT, Innovation Fund, regulation, blah, blah, what we do with the Tavis of the world is that we isolate them from that complexity. Through us, they find a one-stop shop that helps them time to money, time to regulation, time to supplier, time to customer to be short. So it's very easy. And if you ask me, out of all the toolbox of the Commission and the EIB group included, the KICs are this perfect one-stop shop because you have given us the privilege to have a 7 + 7 years, so to do things with the medium long term. So if I had an ask to you for the Parliament, is that those fundamental design principles of the KICs with much more autonomy, as Maria is requesting, to be able to adapt, because the world is changing at the pace that is incredible, that is fundamental. And with this, 30 seconds left, we thank the panelists, and we give a hand, and thanks for the audience to listen that late in the day.
Thank you very much indeed. And we've reached the end of our panel session. We're running a bit late. I know some of you are looking and say, Jennifer, you had one job. And here we are, we're all late. But we are going to start the awards ceremony section of the evening at 5:15. So we'll take a short comfort break now. Remember, have a stretch because you're going to do a lot of applauding in this next section.
If you magnified this moment and broke it down into seconds, into sections, would you see the connection between you and me? Could you see eternity stretching into the second? Could you?
keep dancing, keep on knocking to the beat. What have you done with them? They are screaming, can't you hear them? Can't you hear them? Did you ever lose a tear? No, 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 no. You never got a feeling. Can't you hear them? Can't you hear them? No, 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 no. Keep on rocking. Keep on, keep dancing. Keep on rocking to the beat. Keep on rocking. Keep on, keep dancing. Keep on rocking to the beat.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I am trying to herd everyone back to their seats. Please, what's coming up next is fantastic. Trust me, it is really cool. You don't want to miss it. So grab a seat as quickly as possible.
What have you done with them? They are screaming, can't you hear them? Can't you hear them? Did you ever lose a tear? No, 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 no. You never got a feeling. They are screaming, can't you hear them? Can't you hear them? You never got a feeling. Keep on rocking. Keep on, keep dancing. Keep on knocking to the beat. Keep on rocking. Keep on, keep dancing. Keep on knocking to the beat. Keep on, keep on, keep dancing. Keep on to the beat. Keep on, keep on, keep dancing. Knocking, knocking to the beat.
The summer cools down. The summer cools down.
Ready? So, ladies and gentlemen, I see everyone is here waiting with bated breath for the beginning of the end, so it speaks. The votes are in, they're being counted, and we do have a cultural interlude for you. No, it is not me telling jokes or reciting poetry. We can rest easy, but I will ask you to bear with us for another few minutes. This is Brussels, and so obviously there's people stuck in traffic, and there is also a strike on. So we are fighting the traffic at this hour of the day, and we are also fighting the elements out there to try and get some of our key VIPs here to you, because they obviously don't want to miss any of this highly exciting awards ceremony either. So now is an opportunity to network with the person next to you if you haven't already been introduced.
Spirits will rise up high. I love you. The understanding between us, the summer cools down. Nothing being able to part us. Thanks for the years of life. Immortal love between us. You are the essence of my life. In body, mind, and soul, as the summer cools down. Listen to the words you say, as flowers reach for the sky. My life's inspiration as I go, our love grows more and more. The summer cools down, as the years passes by, the day the world went away. The summer cools down, beyond the heavens we exist. I'm looking forward to joining you. We have no limits stopping us. The summer cools down.
and me. Gonna be everything you ever dreamed. Gonna be who you need. Gonna be everything. Gonna be you and me. Gonna be everything you ever dreamed. Gonna be who you need. Gonna be everything.
I did tell you it was worth waiting for, wasn't it? Another big round of applause, please, to our fantastic performers. Thank you very much indeed, Compagnie Brothers and Sisters, produced by Wabu Production. That's a fantastic, innovative dance piece that is inspired by the fact that the newest kick is going to be culture and creativity, and that's going to be launched in December. And of course, the whole sector was so badly hit by COVID that it's time to give something back to them as well. We're going to have a little bit of stage setting, so ignore what's going on behind me. I'm going to give you some facts and figures about what's been going on with the awards. I know all of you have been voting during the day. We've had people online at home voting for the last couple of weeks for the Public Choice Award. But as well as the Public Choice Award, we have, of course, got 4 other awards. We've got the Change Award, the Innovators Award, the Venture Award, and the Women's Leadership Award. Now, all of these have been chosen by our jury. If you want to find out more about those dedicated jury members who've put in the time and effort to select the best of the best, you can go to www.eitawards.eu. Now, I should tell you for the public vote that there were more than 3,000 awards, and it came down to just 25 votes between 1 and 2. So really, you could slide a piece of paper between it. The nominees are here at the front. They're very excited by that fact. We also want you to tell you that there is going to be a cocktail afterwards this evening, so you are going to be able to celebrate, but I want to hear much enthusiasm from all of those here in the room for the award winners that we hear here tonight. Now, as you can see, this is not the Oscars. I do wish it was, because I'd like to thank the Academy and my parents. But I am going to ask you all to take part in an Oscars tradition. If you've ever seen it, everyone on the red carpet takes a selfie. So everyone, get out your phones. We're going to have a selfie moment. Absolutely, yeah, okay. I'm going to attempt to do it on this tablet as well. Never really looks as good as I hope it will, but we'll try anyway. Okay. So, hold it up, everybody. Big smile. Say cheese. Cheese. Right. I think mine's just blurry. I want you to share that all online using the hashtag EIT Awards 22, so that everyone who has not made it here tonight can see what's going on. Are we still in motion? We're going to check whether we have everything set up and ready to go.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Very good. It sounds like you can. I'm just a mirage. I'm not really here. Okay, technical team? Okay, thank you.
Right, well, I think we might have another few minutes to wait. This is your captain speaking, ladies and gentlemen. We have been given a departure slot. We're just taxiing up the runway now. Bear with us, we will be taking off very soon. Yes, it is more hurry up and wait. I'm glad I have nagged everyone all through the day. Please come back from your coffee break on time so that everything is bang on time, and I'm not going to be walking up and down the stage trying to fill time by asking you, ladies and gentlemen, where have you come from this evening? Have you traveled far? Yes, good. Hands up everyone who traveled from outside Brussels. Wonderful. So let's hope you're all in time for your flights home this evening. Can you all feel the sense of anticipation in the room? Can we have a big round of applause for the large synthetic screen, ladies and gentlemen? It is apparently ready to go. And I think, completely seamlessly, with no stalling at all, I can now declare the awards ceremony open. So we are going to, as I say, go through the 4 main awards, and then we'll turn around to the Public Choice Award. But I am delighted to have a co-presenter with me this evening. So you've heard the stories from the nominees, so I'm now going to introduce you to help me present the awards, to Eva Kaili, Vice President of the European Parliament, who I know is obsessed with all things tech, from blockchain to AI. She absolutely is a geek like me. So Eva, lovely to see you. Now, our first award is the Change Award. Eva, I'm going to let you tell us why the Change Award is so important, first of all.
You know, I was thinking, like, I can go there and have to start, like, talking about EIT. Okay, so before I introduce the award, I have to say that EIT is my favorite thing in Brussels, actually, because it's the spirit of innovation and with a touch of technology, and it's all about the young people creating solutions, and this is what we are trying to do also as politicians. And when you said like a geek, you know, this is actually the decade of the geeks. They are the coolest people on earth. So I think this is the time for them to celebrate, and I met some friends in August. They were really the people that in the school would have been described as geeks, and they were claiming that now it's the best time of their lives. So the EIT Change Award, it's actually celebrating the graduates from EIT labeled education programs, again with the spirit of course always throughout the EIT for innovation and entrepreneurship. And it brings a change in the thematic areas addressed by the EIT and its kicks. One of the main added values of the unique model that the EIT has, especially for Europe, which is like absolutely necessary to not just have EIT but also strengthen it, is to integrate education dimension into the innovation web. And it's often been absent from the more traditional research business partnerships. So EIT supports the creation of tomorrow's entrepreneurs and promotes a real change of mindset towards an entrepreneurial culture and attitude. This is not easy in Europe. The risk approach that you see in US is something that EIT is actually achieving here in a much better way, also by taking quality aspects and also the impact aspect under consideration. So it not only invests in the talent of tomorrow that will create new startups and also scale existing ventures, but also contribute to innovation of existing companies. Though they are becoming a source of growth and jobs in Europe. The most resilient companies during COVID, besides EIT, who managed very well, were the ones that they had already been digitalized. They had used innovation in their business models. And this is what all the RRF is about, is to improve their business models and become resilient for the future. So the prize money for this category is 50,000 euros for the first one, 20,000 euros for the second, and 10 for the third place.
Well, thank you very much. You can see we have got our nominees all laid out here before us. They will each give us a 3-minute pitch for their respective innovation. So I'm going to call up our first nominee for the change category, who is Federico Barbieri with European Youth Energy Network, the first federation of energy-focused youth organizations that place young people at the heart of the energy transition. Federico.
European Youth Energy Network, the organization that will reshape the energy transition by placing youth at the heart of it. My name is Federico Barbieri, EIT No Energy alumni, co-founder and president of IEN. IEN is the Federation of European Youth Energy Focused Organizations. And we are advocating for a meaningful engagement of young people in the energy transition. We currently represent 11 member organizations, 500 volunteers in 9 countries, and our goal is to have more than 100 members, 5,000 volunteers in 46 countries, and engage with more than 1 million people. But how did we get here? So back in 2019, I was still an energy master's student, and thanks to the community by Energy, I was selected to attend the Clean Energy Ministerial Forum, one of the most important energy fora in the world. And there I was surprised by the little participation of young people. And curious to understand why, we started engaging with different stakeholders, and we found out the following challenges. First, youth organizations are struggling to obtain funding, and they're not connected enough with the relevant stakeholders. Second, governments are not able to communicate with young people and are failing to engage with them. Third, companies are competing for skilled workers and are not able to retain their own talents. The question is, can we tackle all these challenges together? The answer is yes, and the solution is IEN. So IEN is the bridge between different stakeholders and generation. By joining us, youth organizations are empowered, connected, and coordinated. By working with us, governments obtain a streamlined bilateral channel with young citizens. And by partnering with us, companies can have access to new talents while investing in our project portfolio. Some concrete achievements. We are currently advising the European Commission on youth and energy-related events. We are building a global network of international partners. We are developing projects and fundraising, so far, 30,000 euros for them. Our key event is called the European Youth Energy Forum. It's a 3-day conference in November to prepare a position paper on youth and energy, together with 45 young people from 23 different countries. The team that makes this happen are 20 motivated volunteers, including myself, and we all EIT Energy alumni, but also climate and urban mobility. We do not request membership fees to our members, so our expected revenue streams come from grant programs, philanthropic donations, sponsorship revenues, prizes, and awards. So the EIT Change Award will be crucial, so we can start our cycle, so we can research about successful youth policies and best practices. We can support our members, we can expand our project in different countries. Why invest in IEN? Well, a just energy transition can be achieved by leaving no one behind. IEN will unlock the power of youth, which is crucial, so they can drive disruptive change in our society. And thank you.
3 seconds to spare, ladies and gentlemen. Our next nominee in the Change Award category is Walia Sakani. And Grape is a purpose-driven company on a mission to help consumers combat food waste. Please welcome her to the stage.
Hello everyone, I'm Walia Sakani, co-founder and design lead at Grape, the planet-friendly shopping assistant. Currently, a third of my home country, Pakistan, is underwater. It received an unprecedented amount of flooding, with over 1,000 people dead and over 33 million being displaced. What's sad is that Pakistan is responsible for less than 1% of global carbon dioxide emissions, yet it's the 5th most vulnerable country in the world when it comes to the effects of climate change. No, I'm not here to talk to you about the doom and gloom of climate change. We're all living that reality right now. What I'm here to tell you is how you can make an impact on one of its leading causes, food waste. I think all of us at some point have thrown away food that was expired or unusable. But we don't often realize how much we end up wasting. The reality is that 60% of food waste comes from households, from regular people like you and me. That's 9 times more than the retail industry and 46 times more than restaurants. To make matters worse, 1/3 of all food produced every year gets lost or wasted. And food waste itself is responsible for 4 times more greenhouse gas emissions than the aviation industry. And the problem is threefold. For consumers, we're wasting food, losing money, feeling guilty. For retailers, they're ordering more than needs to be sold, so their estimations are not accurate. And at the end of the day, the planet is suffering a climate crisis because almost 5 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions are coming from food waste. And this is exactly what we set out to tackle when we got selected by the EIT Digital Venture Program. We built our solution, Grape, the planet-friendly shopping list that lets you be organized by the inbuilt shopping list in the app. But once you tick away items, they don't disappear. We actually track them and automatically sort them into fresh and long-term products so you can see what you need to eat now versus later. And this is really important because at least 5 studies have shown that the use of a shopping list and knowing what you have at home can reduce food waste by at least 20% per capita. And that scaled up means we'd be able to remove almost 1 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions from the environment and reduce the rate at which the Earth is heating up. And our team is going to make sure this happens. Maria, Casper, Ferran, and I are all passionate about stopping the climate crisis. Most of us met at the EIT Digital Master School, where we learned to turn this passion into a reality. Among us, we have expertise in valuation and reporting of over 100 million pounds in assets, building power-saving management technology, building computer vision projects that were sold to big automotive manufacturers, and designing cybersecurity products that are used by over 10 million people worldwide. At this stage, we're finishing up our beta testing and getting ready to launch and market Grape, which is what the EIT Award will be used towards, to make grocery shopping as planet-friendly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Walia. At least our nominees are excellent at timekeeping. And our final nominee for this change category is Anna van der Bruggen, who has developed a revolutionary new way to extract valuable graphite from lithium-ion batteries.
Hi, my name is Anna, and 5 years ago, during my master program from EIT Raw Material, I had the idea to do my thesis on the fact that graphite was not recycled from lithium-ion batteries. And graphite is a critical raw material, so I thought, this needs to change. And I went on and completed my thesis and my PhD research in order to find a solution to recycle graphite. So, why should we recycle graphite? As you may know, lithium-ion batteries are strategically important for the energy transition, but you may not be aware of the challenges we are facing with the raw materials to produce these batteries. You may have heard that these batteries need lithium or cobalt, but graphite is also crucial. And actually, compared to cobalt, which can be removed from the lithium-ion batteries, graphite cannot yet be substituted, and it represents up to 25% weight of a battery. Moreover, to meet the huge upcoming demand for lithium-ion batteries, we will need over 2 million tons of anode graphite. And the problem is, Europe is already importing more than 98% of this anode graphite, leading to a vulnerable situation for Europe. So, recycling could be the solution. Unfortunately, graphite is not recycled at the moment. Graphite is either landfilled or burned off during recycling. Nevertheless, the new European battery regulation are increasing the rate from 50% to 70% by 2030, so it's coming soon. And actually, the recyclers will have to recycle more than just the metal, and graphite is the perfect candidate because it represents up to 25% weight of the battery. And so graphite is expected to become a recycled product from lithium-ion battery, and with our technology, we can make it happen. So, in order to save the graphite, we developed a technology for the black mass. So the black mass is a really fine powder from battery recycling, a mixture of graphite and metals, such as cobalt and nickel. And you can see a bit our technology like a jacuzzi. So you put your black mass into water, you mix it with some chemicals, and then the graphite attaches to the air bubbles, and when the air bubbles rise, we selectively recover the graphite. So at the end of the process, unlike the other existing recycling processes, we can recover 2 valuable products instead of 1. One, a valuable metal product, and the other one, a valuable graphite product. In fact, we demonstrated that this recycled graphite can be reused to produce new batteries. And as you may know, more and more recycling companies are built in Europe, and I would like to reach these recyclers and tell them that we can and we have to recycle graphite, and we need to act now. Thank you.
Three exceptionally worthy nominees, I think you will all agree. But we're going to have to hand over the envelope now. Eva, I'm going to ask you to do the honors and tell us who the winner is.
Well, yes, actually, it's something that we really need in Europe. So the first award for change goes to Anna van der Bergen for her slate.
Just a couple of words.
Hello, hello. I just would like to thank everyone, especially all the colleagues from Helmholtz Institute and Erzlabor and all the partners, which really makes this idea become something really real. And yeah, thank you to everyone.
I promise there will be lots of photos taken this evening. Thank you very much, Anna. Well done. And our next category is the EIT Innovators Award. And this is to award innovation that helps to develop high-impact products and services for a sustainable future. This is the second award.
Yes.
So
we haven't announced the second place and the third place, or was it shown on the screen?
It was on the screen.
It was shown? Okay, so I didn't see it, so perfect, we can continue very well. Well, our next award, the
Innovators Award, which is...
Yes, it recognizes actually a very important KIC, innovation teams composed of individuals from across the knowledge triangle that have developed a product. They have developed a service or a process with high potential and, of course, for societal and economic impact. So innovation is, of course, here again at the heart of the activities. And from idea to product and service, from student and researcher to entrepreneur, and from lab to the market, EIT is triggering a change towards a more innovative and entrepreneurial mindset in Europe. Again, in this category, the prize money is, as before, 50,000 euros for the first award, 20,000 for the second, and 10 for the third place.
And again, we have 3 nominees. And I'm going to introduce you straight away to the first nominee for this section for the 3-minute pitch. It's Bernard Adler, whose rotation heat pump is a highly innovative, clean technology which combines the advantage of a heat pump technology with a centrifuge.
Good evening and hello. Do you know how many trees are needed to absorb 2,500 tons of CO2? you know, you need 100,000 trees, and exactly that amount is saved by only one of our machines. My name is Bernhard Adler. I'm founder and CEO of ECOP, and I will tell you how we do that. Our topic is heat production in the industry, and 90% of it is based on fossil fuels. And at the same time, you have the waste heat equivalent to Italy's annual energy consumption, which is blown into the air. And this is the largest untapped energy potential in the world. And what if we could connect those two? Heat pumps could be a solution to take heat at a lower level and raise it to a higher one that can directly be used. That sounds good and works already fine for households, but it does not meet the requirements of the industry. So a couple of years ago, we decided to develop a solution to solve that. And 200,000 hours of engineering later, we have the solution. We designed a heat pump, which is based on a process invented by James Prescott Joule 150 years ago. And nobody succeeded in efficiently using it so far. But we managed that by putting it into a rotating system and invented the rotation heat pump, a heat pump that truly meets the requirements of the industry. And by doing this, we provide clean heat for the industry with lower costs than fossil fuels. And the CO2 savings of one plant in 1 year is equivalent to the CO2 absorption of 100,000 trees. And due to its unique technology, the rotation heat pump has important advantages compared to other heat pumps. It can achieve up to 200 degrees C, not only 90. It uses a climate and eco-friendly working medium, not toxic and climate harmful as in others. And it is highly efficient at all temperature levels. And where we are, we received until now 20 million euros in funding with EIT Innovations as a lead investor. We have 68 already granted patents. We have 2 plants in operation. And really, the most important thing is the market response. We have received so far more than 100 specific project requests with a total volume of 70 million euros. So this shows exactly how big this market is, with around 3 billion euros in different kind of industries. And we are right now really focused on speeding up and scaling up our production, and therefore we are seeking for 10 million euros funding. And our vision is that in a couple of years, heat recycling in the industry will be the new normal. And if we would recycle only 1/3 of the worldwide waste heat, we would reduce the worldwide carbon emissions by 2%, and we are very ready to address the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernhard. Now, our next nominee for the Innovators Award category is Morteza Horbani Eftekar, who has an innovation turning new and existing buildings into large-scale carbon capture air purification systems.
Hello everyone, I'm Morteza, CEO and founder of Pure City. We turn buildings into larger scale carbon capture air purifiers. When I was a kid, I've lost one of my best friends due to the high level of air pollution in our city. She got lung cancer and she passed away. Air pollution is a global disaster, and buildings are majority contributors, as much as 40% of global energy consumption, and CO2 emissions are coming from the buildings. But we are turning this around with the new type of construction panels that it will be installed on the bottom of the building. It uses natural ventilation on the building to suck the pollution inside through a chemical process, captures the CO2, and the clean air goes all the way to the top of the building into the air conditioning system and will be released inside the building. And finally, the collected pollution goes through another process which produces byproducts like pure CO2 and pure hydrogen, which both of them are sellable materials into the market. We have successfully implemented a pilot project in collaboration with Toyota Motors Europe right here in Zaventem. The result was amazing, as 75% efficiency of direct carbon capture, which is equivalent to 8 tons of CO2 per 1 unit. Now, this 1 unit on a building scale, it's 50 for 1 building, which is equivalent to plus 18,000 mature trees carbon capture per year. We are also reducing the energy consumption of HVAC system between 30 to 48%. We have manufacturer in place that we are basically developing pretty quickly, as well as we have just got a break even thanks to Climate Kick, and we are right now working on a very large project with BMW in Mexico. We are looking for a smart investment and strategic partnership, and now I want to talk about something else. May some of you know me, I'm originally Iranian. We have a saying in Iran that behind every successful man, there is a successful and a strong woman. And there is a fight is right now going on in Iran that our women are under lots of pressure, they're being killed brutally just because they're looking for their fundamental rights. So I want to dedicate my time right now here to ask everyone for 30 seconds of complete silence. Thank you.
Very well done, Morteza. Our final nominee for this category is Jean-Louis Pepin from Sense Apnea, which aims to bring a simple diagnosis of sleep apnea to millions of people suffering from sleep disorders.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Jean-Louis Pepin, the coordinator of the Sense Apnea project. During this project, we have reinvented sleep apnea diagnosis. We started from the conventional solution you have on the left side of the slide with multiple sensors. You have to stay one night in the hospital, and we have very long waiting list up to 12 months. So during the project, we have made this incredibly simple with a unique sensor on the chin, measuring the activity of the upper airway muscles and diagnosing sleep apnea. What is sleep apnea? It's a common condition in which your breathing stops and restarts many times during the night, during sleep. This is associated with huge mortality, especially cardiovascular death, and the overall cost for the society is $165 billion only in the US per year. The problem with sleep apnea, we estimated that 1 billion people are suffering from sleep apnea, but 80% are undiagnosed. And in Europe, 30 million are currently undiagnosed with the disease. And with our sensor on the chin, we have integrated a complete digital solution, digital medicine solution. You can have a home sleep test on multiple nights. You have a smartphone application to transfer the data in the cloud, and you have automated analysis with artificial intelligence. In the morning, you have the diagnosis for you and for your physician. We have an amazing team for development of the solution with the Sunrise company. You will see that it's a very successful company in Belgium. We have key opinion leaders for the scientific validation in the different continents in the world, in the US, in Australia, and also in Europe. And we have a living lab to co-create and co-design the solution with the patients. We have a lot of achievement already. We have a reimbursement in France with a forfeit innovation package. We have a Medicare code in the US with a reimbursement next year. We have a large adoption in the National Health Service in the UK, and we have a direct-to-consumer distribution channels in Australia. So at the end of the day, owing to the strong support of EIT Health, we have a solution that addresses the needs of patients, of the market and of the society. And Sunrise company is growing, expecting 30 million revenue by 2025. And we are seeking for smart investment to continue research and development and increase the sales worldwide. So thank you very much.
Right, so 3 nominees. The jury has made its decision. Drum roll, please. Eva, the results.
Well, I understand how difficult it was for the jury to decide. I cannot even imagine. So the first award goes to Bernhard Adler for rotation heat pump. Congratulations.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, really, thank you so much for this great award. Thanks to the jury to selecting me as one of the winners. And of course, a special thank to EIT InnoEnergy for choosing us as one of the nominees. They're really a fantastic investor. We love to work with them together. And of course, I want to thank my team, because I'm only a representative of a great team who work every day very hard to achieve our goals. And of course, at least I want to thank you, my family, and I'm very, very happy that they be here today to join me and share with me this great moment. Thank you very much.
Onwards to our third category, which is the EIT Venture Award. And Eva, this is recognizing startups and scale-ups. Tell us more.
So I have to comment on Murtaza and say that it's very bold what's happening in Iran for women, but also men standing up. So thank you for highlighting that. We try to support in any way we can. I have a daughter, so I know it's very important to have open horizons. And congratulations to your solutions, because I've seen EIT being with you all the way, and this is just a recognition. I mean, you've already reached a big potential for Europe and also for the climate change. I will talk about the next team award, the Venture Award. So it basically places in the spotlight successful entrepreneurial startups that they have been supported by the KICs through a dedicated business creation or business development process. One of the European Union's key innovation objectives is to create more innovation and more jobs, basically through fast-growing innovative firms. And this is why boosting and encouraging entrepreneurs and companies to embrace innovation and take it to market are among its priorities. As we said, when all the SMEs, there are so many, more than 50%, that they have not embraced innovation, digitalization, they can become more resilient. And to this end, basically, EIT facilitates cross-learning meetings on entrepreneurship and acts as a gate opener as Europe's largest innovation network. Through their business creation and acceleration programs, all EIT innovation communities, they offer a range of business support services that help entrepreneurs and innovators translate their ideas into thriving ventures. These services focus on areas like support for technology, market assessment, access to human resources, access to new markets and customers, mentoring, and last but not least, seed and venture capital through specific EIT innovation communities, innovation funds. And Before I say again that the prize money for this category is 50,000 euros for the first award, 20,000 for the second, and 10 for the third place. I want to thank our Commissioner Maria Gabriel that just entered it with us for her full support of EIT, of the work of our Professor Nektarios Tavernarakis, Martin Kern, Paul Rubik, who inspired me to realize the work of EIT. And I think it's time to see our new startups.
Indeed, we have once again got 3 nominees for this category. And I'm going to straight away call up our first nominee to tell us a little bit about his innovation. It's Christoph Berger, who's worked with Vilisto, a self-learning thermostat that can save companies and municipalities up to 32% of heating energy and CO2 emissions.
Hi everyone, my name is Christoph and I'm the CEO and founder of Vilisto. With Vilisto, we save companies and municipalities up to 32% of heating energy and CO2 emissions. Now more important than ever. So how do we do this? If you look at conventional buildings, you'll notice that those buildings are not in use for up to 80% of the time. But they're mostly continuously heated. Why is that? We as employees, we use the energy, but we don't pay for it personally, so we go home and leave the heating on. The responsible building management, though, they don't have any data from the room. They don't know temperatures, they don't know occupancies, so they can't really do better. We developed a radiator thermostat which has sensors to detect when that room is actually being used. And to show you what that actually means, we install our devices in our customer buildings and let it run like a conventional thermostat in the first place. And this is what you can see here with a bit black shaded there. So the orange line, that's the interesting part, is 23 degrees from Monday to Sunday, 24/7. With our data then, we actually learn patterns which represent possibilities of someone's using the room at a specific time on a specific day. And with that data, we can then predictively heat that building, turning up the heat before you arrive, turning it down whenever the room is empty, saving between 20 and 30%. So now this is not just an idea, but we're actually German-wide active, and our customers have the largest real estate portfolios of the country. So we're working with the city of Hamburg, Berlin, Frankfurt. We have state portfolios like North Rhine-Westphalia, Baden-Württemberg, and so on. And just to give you some numbers, a city of Hamburg uses 800 buildings. A state portfolio has 4,000 buildings. And this is how we scale and have our impact, because we roll out into those portfolios. Now, we don't need thousands of customers, but with the 175 customers we already have, by the ownership of the real estate, they're representing 25,000 buildings, which is 14% of the total public building stock we have in Germany. Now, to show you one number, what's currently happening is 400% order volume year-to-date growth. So everybody wants to have thermostats from us, but who are we? My name is Christoph. I'm the CEO. I'm an energy engineer. We have Lasse as our CTO. He's a software engineer, and Christian is our sales and marketing guy. But we are actually 48 people, highly complementary and motivated, growing to 100 next year. And InnoEnergy supported us from the start, actually from 2016, and followed on in consecutive investment rounds. Now, for us, it's actually a quite interesting moment in the market and for the company, because we're growing very fast. So we need further stakeholders and money to grow. So I'm happy if you join our journey of changing the way we heat the buildings today to have a massive impact on our CO2 emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Christoph. Our next nominee in the Venture Award category is Hans Hein, who is going to tell us more about the innovation, which is Smart for Diagnostics, which closes the pre-analytical data gap between blood collection and lab analysis.
Thank you so much. Welcome to Smart for Diagnostics. So everybody knows this. This is a human blood sample tube. Probably you have been at the doctor, and when you go to the doctor, you realize it's taken from you, but it's not analyzed where it's taken. So these samples are analyzed in medical laboratories, and we have learned in the pandemic that the lab is of core importance for us, for the healthcare system. In Germany, we use 700 million of those per year. In Europe, 4.2 billion. And the medical lab is maximum automized and digitized. Nearly no errors, perfect machines. But in pre-analytics, between the samples taken until it arrives in the lab, there is the error. So 3% of all of these samples have an unnoticed pre-analytical error. And just bear in mind, this sample could be you. What is the pre-analytical error? Actually, a sample, if you're in the hospital, it's not taken from you, but it's taken from your neighbor. The quality deteriorates in pre-analytics, it gets warm, it falls down, and in the end, when it arrives in the lab measures it technically correct, but it does not represent you anymore. And this happens in Europe in 10 million times a year. 10 million times somebody gets a wrong diagnosis because of the pre-analytical error. This is what we need to change now. We need to change it if all of these promises of precision and personalized medicine need to come true. We need to change this. This is what Smart for Diagnostics is doing. So we are actually building, we call it a digital human sample fingerprint. A fingerprint for each and every sample. So when the sample arrives in the lab, our data is there and the lab machine knows, according to the test requirements that are booked on the sample, this sample is good to be processed. So with this, we can actually accelerate the processes in the lab. We bring down the costs in the lab, and we bring a new quality standard. A quality standard from the beginning, from your vein until the lab analyzer. And with this quality standard, we actually can then roll out innovation in the healthcare system. We have been supported from the very beginning by EIT Health. We started in 2018, and 4 years ago, there was not more than an idea. Today, our solution is live. We're live in 8 European countries. Thousands of samples every day are monitored by us. We're producing the data, and we're giving valuable and accurate results to the patients. We have strong partners in the industry, but it would never have possible without EIT Health and the EIT community. So this is why we are grateful here, and we are grateful for all the support that we have received in these last 4 years, changing diagnostics from trust to evidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hans. Our last nominee for this category is Alejandro Trainor, and Soil Capital is an agroeconomy company that unlocks carbon payments for farmers. Tell us a little bit more.
I'm Alex, and I'm co-founder and CFO of Soil Capital. Can you guess what this is? That's a drop of liquid carbon hanging off the tip of a root of a plant, because plants suck carbon from the atmosphere and bring it into the soil. Now, not all plants can do that. They can do that best when they operate in an environment like the one on the right, which is full of life, above the soil and within it. Unfortunately, our food system looks more like the one on the left. It emits about a fifth of the emissions of humanity, and according to the UN, we have 53 harvests left. The good news is that we have regenerative agriculture, forms of agriculture that focus on developing the natural fertility of soil. We can reduce with that the emissions of almost half of humanity today, and we can generate enormous savings. That's good news. The problem is that we're running out of time. And that's where we come in. At Soil Capital, we work with farmers to adopt regenerative practices at scale. Every year, we take a measurement of their greenhouse gas emissions, and we do that every year. So when we started, we brought in 120 farmers. 1 year later, we saw that they had reduced their emissions by 80% thanks to our program. They did that with a mixture of regenerative practices. Some of them grew more cover crops, which are the plants you use between your cash crops. Some of them used less synthetic fertilizer. Some of them stopped turning the soil over that often. When you do that, you expose carbon to the atmosphere and emit it. We have continued, and we have grown the number of farmers by more than 4 times. We are now at more than 500 farmers in France, the UK, and Belgium. Now, how does this work? Well, when a farmer reduces their emissions or increases the carbon captured in the soil, we can generate 1 carbon certificate for every ton. That we sell to companies in the food supply chain. That enables us to pay back to farmers, and increase this positive cycle. We have developed an app, a software, that is the interface with the farmers, that allows us to capture enormous amounts of data from farmers and process that, and then enables us to feed back to farmers insights and clues on how to get better and monetize better. We have a team that is focused on agriculture and agribusiness. We have been running farms. My partners and I, we ran a $300 million portfolio of farms in 8 countries around the world with a mandate to transition that to regenerative agriculture. And now we have a wider team, 31 of mixed skills of all types. We are now raising $3 million to scale further. And if you're interested in this, please reach out to me. We'll be very glad to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think being nominated for the Venture category is probably an award in itself, but we're going to turn over to Eva once again to do the honors and announce the winner.
I think it's getting more difficult to decide. So, the first award, the Venture Award, goes to Christoph Berger for Willis. So, congratulations.
Thank you very much for the award, for the actually very good jury and good questions they had when they pinned me down to the details. But actually, I want to thank my team because 48 people make this possible. And we're going to grow a lot, so this is going to be a milestone for having a huge impact. And as I said, if you want to join our journey as an investment, come and talk to me. Thank you.
Now, our final jury award tonight is a special category rewarding the achievements and contribution of women, and it's the Women Leadership Award. Let's. Eva.
Oh well, what a category. So thank you, Maria Gabriel and Martin Kern for this category. I think it's extremely important that we have a Women Leadership Award for EIT. It recognizes the outstanding work and achievements by exceptional women from the EIT knowledge innovation communities. A former winner of this award, Cristina Munoz, in 2020, she said something that I think represents the spirit of this award. It's empowering women that fuels thriving economies across the world. And through diversity, we can create a better understanding of the problems that we then need to solve and, of course, to get the solutions that are necessary. Women are, in fact, the largest untapped entrepreneurial and leadership potential in Europe. The EIT community of women entrepreneurs have scored already considerable success. They are named in the Forbes 30 under 30 lists, and they are continuously supported and promoted through various EIT community programs. We have the Women Entrepreneurship Bootcamp from EIT Health, we have the Women in Deep Tech, EIT Digital, and the We Lead Food from EIT Food. So I think you already know what the prizes are. And I just want to say a last thing because this is the last award that I really am happy to be among dreamers and innovators in Europe because this is positive change, it's positive disruption, and we have great respect and admiration. We are here to support what you actually are doing for Europe. And of course for Martin Kerr for embracing the mission of EIT, but going always beyond our expectations. And it's an honor to be here among you. So thank you so much for that. Let's see the 3 awesome women we have today.
Yes, indeed. Three fantastic women nominated by different kicks. So let's get started with our very first nominee, Andrea Barber, who has been nominated by the Climate Kick.
Did you know that solar energy is the fastest growing energy source on the planet? And do you know what it actually takes to build a solar plant? I know because I used to do it. Hello everyone, my name is Andrea Barber and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Rated Power. We are on a mission to accelerate the energy transition. Let me tell you my story. I've always been passionate about innovation, entrepreneurship, and the environment. I love building teams, and I also have in my free time a podcast where I interview incredible women doing great things, breaking barriers to create powerful role models. At Rated Power, my two co-founders and I developed PV Design, a comprehensive software package to instantly carry out the design, engineering, and optimization of utility-scale solar plants worldwide. We transform 6 weeks of work into just 2 minutes. This decreases the cost of energy generated by 5%, which translates into 20% higher profitability of a solar plant. We're based in Madrid, Spain, the world's hub for solar energy, and we're a team of 80 people from 15 different nationalities. Half of the team are women, and 40% of the leadership team are women. In just 5 years, our more than 3,000 users simulated more than 20,000 projects in more than 170 countries. This, we like to say, equals to 1,500 years of work for a traditional engineering company. We also received big awards. Among others, we received the EIT 2020 from the European Commission grant, which meant almost 2 million euros to develop our product. We reached break-even in the 4th month after founding the company. And I'm very happy to share with you today that we've just been acquired by Innovators, the largest energy software company in the world. This is reported to be the biggest exit in clean tech led by a woman. Thank you. But wait, for us, this is just the beginning. We believe in a future, the same future that our customers believe in, which is not just about solar, which is solar, wind, and energy storage in integrated systems. And that's where we are headed. We will be the de facto standard for the industry, and we have the right technology to do this. EIT Climate Kick helped us by supporting us financially and also with mentoring. I'm very grateful to them, and winning this award would be a great honor and a boost to our growth. Please help us to bring cheaper, cleaner, and better energy to everyone. The energy of the future needs the engineering of the future. It needs PV design. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second nominee in the woman category is Sabrina Malpede, who has been nominated by the Energy Kick.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sabrina Malpede, co-founder and managing director of ActBlade Limited. We developed the lightest, only modular, most controllable wind turbine blade for a net zero future. An ActBlade is made of an internal composite structure and is fully covered by textile. That means we can build lighter blades and so longer blades and produce more energy. How can we do that? For my PhD, I developed a technology to design thin, light, flexible structure that works in the wind, just as a sail for sailing boat or a wind turbine blade. The first application of this technology is currently commercialized by our company, a world leader, Smart Azure Limited. We have designed an innovative software solution for the yachting industry. In 2014, we responded to an innovation challenge from the Offshore Renewable Energy Catapult. They were seeking a new way of developing longer and lighter blades. So we created the ActBlade using the same technology and expertise we used to design the fastest boat in the world, the America's Cup boat. So since we started the company in 2015, we employed more than 10 million euros in commercial business development. With the great help of EIT InnoEnergy, we were able to mature our technology to a TRL 7 and actually testing our blades in the field. EIT InnoEnergy has been supporting us also with the mentoring, fundraising. We are now focused on taking the technology to market. Beside that, I've been an entrepreneur for 18 years now, and I've been involved in so many projects supporting children, women, in starting STEM careers, STEM studies, and I'm very honored actually to be part of the first European Female Founder Forum that our Commissioner Maria Gabriel started. I'm now would like just to say that this is a very important time for myself and for the company as we are entering the market, and I'm thankful to many people supporting us and to you to listening. Thank you. Bye.
And last but not least, our very last pitch for the awards. I'm pleased to welcome Catherine Schreiber, who has been nominated by the Digital Kick.
Hi, I'm Katharina, co-founder of Innovators. Together with the founder Bernhard Kreimann, I've built up a startup to now fully certified medtech company with 75 employees and 2 million euros in revenues. And we've also developed a device, the Atmos device, which you can see here. It combines liver, kidney, and lung support, as well as fast blood pH correction into one single device based on one single technology. This is a true breakthrough because before Atmos, patients had to be connected for each failing organ to one separate device. So 3 devices, now only 1 device. And we've also improved toxin removal power, and clinical data shows that Atmos actually increases patient survival from 20% up to 50%. So the survival rate is more than doubled. We've won several grants and awards, among them the EIT Health Catapult and the EIC Accelerator. And with the very valuable support of EIT Digital Access to Finance, we successfully closed a 20 million euro financing round. And my journey from student to deputy CEO, thanks to the mentoring of founder Bernhard, he encouraged me to step out of my comfort zone and to take risks to fail. And as I've benefited from mentoring so much, I now volunteer as startup coach and mentor. And to empower women, I'm on the LSX Female Founders Network and the advisory board of Trauma Support Group for Immigrant Women. I also speak on panels to share my experience as a founder and also to raise awareness to mental health in founders. Why? Because it's exciting to win awards, it's exciting to achieve milestones and close financing rounds. But the pressure to have to close financing rounds and to have to solve every problem you face has actually brought me close to burnout several times. And I think the founders among you can relate. And you can also relate when I say that scaling a startup, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And what do marathon runners do? They not only train their bodies, they train their minds to achieve the best results possible. And I was wondering why, well, for founders, if scaling a startup is a marathon, mental strength is also crucial for founders. And I was wondering, why isn't any startup program I know addressing mental health for founders? I decided to change that. I launched and financed with my own money a mental strength for founders program, consisting of mental training, professional coaching, and peer support. Support me in my mission to bring this program to many, many more founders, because founders' mental health is crucial for company well-being, which is crucial for their innovations to succeed.
done to all the nominees, but there can only be one winner.
So let me say congratulations, because I know how tougher it is. There was a study that was saying that VCs don't invest if they see a woman founder. The percentages were very low, and we are trying to change that, and hopefully there will be a day where if there is no woman, there will be no funding. And I think you're going to make us very soon cancel this award because it's not going to be necessary anymore. For the time being, the Women Leadership Award goes to Catherine Schreiber for Advitos. Congratulations.
Wow, actually, I'm blown away. Thank you very much. First, I want to thank EIT and all the organizers and everyone involved for this great event, and to also raise awareness for women leaders, and also for me to be able to connect with two amazing other women leaders and amazing other innovators. Because as I believe in the community support, I also, of course, want to have a big shout out to the amazing team of Advitos who actually made it possible for me to be standing up here. Thank you very much. And also to the investors, especially the early stage investors who believed in us as a team and made this also possible. And to my family friends, of course, who always been here when there were the hard times. And I want to dedicate this award to company founder Bernhard Kreimann, who was my strongest supporter and my closest companion. Together, we've gone on that journey, and he was my closest friend. Sadly, he died last July from a sudden heart attack, so I really want to dedicate this prize to him, because without him, I wouldn't be standing here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and a very well done to all the nominees and the winners. Thank you very much, Eva, not only for your tireless work in the Parliament, but your excellent envelope opening. It's been exceptional. We are now at the final voting stage. I mentioned earlier there were more than 3,000 public votes over several weeks for this award, and it came down to just 25 votes between first and second place. So I know anticipation is high, so I feel like I would like to keep you waiting a bit longer and in suspense, but I won't. And I will invite on stage once again Maria Gabriel, our Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Well, dear friends, today's summit is a clear demonstration that innovation will be key to tackling the pressing global challenges we face, from climate change to energy to food. And I must say that it's really impressive to see all our nominees and the winners. But I think that, yes, all of you here today, you should be proud. Whether you win or not, your outstanding achievements and brilliant ideas are a testament to the promising solutions emerging from across Europe. Your work is set to transform society and position our continent as a global leader. So congratulations to you all. You are our role models for change. Now, the moment we have all been waiting for. I'm pleased to reveal the results of the public voting and announce the winners of the EIT Public Award. And
I think we're going to go in reverse order. We have an envelope there for
third place. I will not say it. No, third place goes to Federico Barbieri, European Youth Energy Network.
Very well done. And I think now we have the envelope for second place.
And the second place goes to Jean-Louis Pépin, Sans Apnea.
And now, drum roll, please.
And the winner is Sabrina Malped, ACT Blade.
Sabrina, yes, absolutely. We'd love to hear from you.
It's amazing. I'm here, first of all, because I have a wonderful team. I have to say thank you to Alessandro, Donald, Colin. They have been supporting my entrepreneurial journey to date for 18 years. We created all together. I'm the tip of a very large, deep iceberg, but actually, because it's a public award, I have a lot of friends and a great family. And if I can say something, something that I learned in my entrepreneurship journey is actually creating what we call an innovation ecosystem. It's the way we develop the company, by creating collaboration and partners, and probably they all voted for me. This is a big lesson for me, and it's something that I would like to say here. Thank you to all my partners, collaborators, a lot of people that believed in us. Thank you. And thank you to Maria Gaudio.
Now stay there. And we'd like now, if we could invite all the winners with their awards to come back on stage for a family photo with the Commissioner, and Eva, please, as well. We'll get a nice big Oscars Awards ceremony photograph here. I'm determined to create this. Right, let's have another big cheer for all of our winners here tonight. Later. Congratulations, one and all, and I think we're reaching the end point of our evening. And we started off this morning, or this afternoon, early afternoon, with a great deal of hope and great deal of enthusiasm, and I think we represent the best of it here on stage. Thank you very much. And once again, to bookend our event today, we started off this morning with the Commissioner and also Nektarios Tavernarakis, who is going to finally close off the day for us. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. What an amazing roster of innovations and innovators. I'm truly impressed. Congratulations. It's wonderful to see so many talented innovators being recognized for their contributions to some of the most pressing challenges facing Europe today. A massive congratulations to our EIT Awards winners and to all our nominees. I'm truly proud that we are supporting you in this way and that we have played our part in enabling you to dream, inspire, and succeed eventually. The EIT Awards are another clear demonstration of what we believe in very deeply at the EIT. First, growing Europe's largest innovation ecosystem. Second, driving innovation forward. Third, building sustainable innovation ecosystems. And third, supporting innovators from the idea to the implementation. A further thank you goes to Vice President of the European Parliament, Eva Kaili, who, despite her very demanding agenda, found some time to be here with us today. I know her dedication and passion for the innovation field. She has truly been a front runner on all research and innovation-related issues at the European Parliament. Eva, ευχαριστώ. I do hope that you have all been inspired, both by our speakers and by the amazing talent that we have seen on display here in the EIT Awards ceremony. Today, we heard how here in Europe, we have achieved a great deal already in terms of innovation, not least with the help and the support of the EIT. We heard that Europe has put in place a solid framework for ensuring that innovation can thrive across the continent, but also there is room for improvement to provide innovators with what they need to do their very important work. We also heard details about the Commission's new European Innovation Agenda, and particularly key developments in deep tech designed to ensure that Europe will not lag behind this new wave. The panel discussions proved that investing in European workforce and promoting our talents is surely the way forward, and EIT stands ready to realize this vision of the Commissioner. And we also heard some very exciting ideas on how innovation and work together to make the energy sector green and sustainable, and to move us away from dependence on fossil fuels. There was also a focus on making sure that Europe can become self-sufficient when it comes to energy. This is a clear example of how promoting innovation impacts the lives of every single European citizen. Before closing these events, let me take this opportunity and be the first to announce the launch of a new interactive map on our website, EIT.europa.eu, which will act as a single portal to explore the whole EIT community, an ever-growing ecosystem which includes not just the EIT as an EU body, but also our 9 innovation communities, our alumni network, and our growing network of co-location centers, regional innovation strategy hubs, and global outreach locations. With this map, each one of you will be able to easily navigate our community, both inside the EU and beyond, find contact details, and most importantly, discover opportunities near you. This new map will also make the EIT innovation communities even more accessible to the European community, to the European society, and also more transparent. Lastly, I must thank all our high-level speakers and moderators. Your contribution has been insightful. They have given us food for thought, and I, for one, in my role as chair of the governing board at the EIT, am very much looking forward to cooperating with everyone towards this vital objective. Many thanks, lastly, of course, to Commissioner Gabriel. She personally and her team have given ample support to making our event a reality today. I want to thank her for recognizing the work of the EIT, and I would like to assure her that our dedication and will to deliver on her vision remain as strong as ever. I want to thank our colleagues and representatives from our knowledge and innovation communities, and of course, the biggest thanks goes to all of you for being here today at the first ever EIT Summit in Brussels. Innovation is truly the key to achieving the much-needed solutions to the challenges we face and for safeguarding Europe's future. We will continue to do this and much more. I know we can count on your support in our ambitious work. So once again, a very big thank you to everyone involved in the EIT Summit today. I hope that you, like me, have found it informative, encouraging, and inspiring. Let's move forward together to make Europe the world's leading center for innovation. Thank you all, and please do join me and my colleagues at our networking cocktail. Have a very good evening.